What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good afternoon. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Ascension Day, May 29th, Thursday, 2025. And we are at Polderbaan. We're just busy, actually. Quite interesting to see. I am standing a little bit further to the arches and also to where I used to stand before the pipes are laid, because now also Hitachi is in the way. I used to stand a little bit further to the south. Right now, right next to the Arc de Excrement, which I think, because it is so close by, when zoomed in onto the glide slope, shouldn't be interfering with our visibility. Also, guess which custom emoji you guys can now once again start using? Butt shot. There you go. The return of the butt shot. A warm welcome to everybody who has joined already. We are in for an interesting stream today. Let me take you through what we can expect. 4 queens. My plan is to stick around until approximately 7. Atlas coming in first. Expected in minutes from now. All white, arriving from Miami, Florida. Expected time of arrival 3:08. It's now 3:02 local time, so this is going to land pretty soon. Something white and yellow also arriving from Miami. Expected in 2 hours and 20 or so minutes from now. Suparna is expected at 5:20, and I'm not exactly sure yet if we are going to see it over here or if it's going to land on the center runway. I'm hoping for the Polderbaan, but I'm not entirely sure. Singapore Airlines is also coming in, cargo 747 arriving from LA. It's ETA 6:30. Now, interestingly, if we have a look at what is coming into Schiphol, regardless, we are also going to see the wide bodies arriving from Asia. Some airplanes that we don't often see because we stream in the morning most of the time. Air China Cargo is arriving from Shanghai. China Eastern is coming in from Shanghai. China Southern is also coming in from Beijing. We have Etihad Cargo coming in from Abu Dhabi. We have Mas Cargo coming in. I thought, yeah, Kenya Airways is also coming. Korean Air from Seoul, 6:30 ETA. Should also be able to catch that in our stream. And I'm waiting for Eva Air, which should arrive shortly before 7. That's also approximately the time I wish to wrap up for today. So, yeah. Also, a lot of wide bodies coming in. The evening rush hour arriving from Asia. Very interesting. Don't see that very often, at least not here at AMS Live. So a lot of airplanes. I'm expecting that we aren't going to see that regularly. Hopefully people are going to find this stream. A lot of people are already streaming. I saw that there was also a lot of viewers watching LA flights who are now in Frankfurt. And over here we have British Airways arriving. Flight 438 arriving from London Heathrow. Oh. See, the Wolfgang and Mr. Biker are here to represent Team Blue. Welcome, guys. Happy Ascension Day to you all. And a lot of viewers have found the stream already. Let's see. I also saw that Gratje is in the chat and he was celebrating 20 months of membership. Where is that message? There it is. Gratje, aka Roadhawk, celebrating 20 months of membership. He writes, "Good afternoon, my lovely airheads." Mate, good afternoon to you too. Happy Ascension Day and a massive big thank you for all the support. 20 months, still a couple more to go before you'll be turning blue, deep green by now, and I hope you are still enjoying it. Mate, thanks for all the support, and yeah, upwards and onwards, almost turning blue, 4 more months. And also a good day to Captain Jerry Donnelly, who came in with a bang, a super chat. Mate, thank you so much for your support. Waffles and AMS Live for breakfast. It's 6 o'clock here in PDX. Exactly. I'm hoping maybe this caters to the United States audience a little bit better. Afternoon streams asked for quite regularly, and since we had rain this morning and drizzle, I thought it would be a good opportunity to do so. Yeah, so that's a bit of a pity. If the airplanes are continuing to roll out, this will be in the way. It would also have been in the way if I had stood where I am normally standing. Bit of a pity that they kept it. Right, my camera is dropping a little bit, so let me think it needs to be a little bit further back then to properly balance everything. Airplane number 2, there she is. Queen number 1. Here she is. This is Atlas Air, arriving from Miami, Florida. Flight 5219. Arriving from Miami, Florida, 7 hours and 49 minutes on the way. It is the November 864 Gin Tonic, which is 11 years old, first flight May 2014. A very good afternoon to everybody who has joined in the meantime. Before it flies Transavia. Transavia arriving from MJT, that is Myrtilene, and this is the Sunweb livery. Don't we love holidays? I think everybody does, doesn't they? Don't they? What's not to love about holidays? I think my chat window froze. Or is it now up to speed again? Dukman, last message, is that also here? Yeah, I think I am again caught up with the live chat. Had to scroll up because I did see a highlighted message at some point, but I was struggling to find it in my chat, in my application in eCam Live, which is why I had to scroll up, but the chat is updating. Hadi Lisa, hey there Peter K. Good afternoon to all others. Liewe, goedemiddag. Dukman asks, how is the audience divided across the world? Well, 40 or so % is Dutch, and then place number 2 and 3 is always neck and neck. Germans and the Brits, approximately 10% each. The United States a little bit behind that, I think 8 or so % on average. And last couple of months, the Aussies have taken place number 5 with approximately 2%, I think. Proper reverses indeed, Lawrence. Flores. Lawrence. I see Lance above it who writes loud. Loud indeed. So that's the first of 4 queens that we are expecting, at least before 7. And the Asian wide-body inbound rush hour we are also going to pick up. Colin asks, what's the departure time of the Hitachi? I think it'll be tomorrow at the soonest. Yeah, and the thing is, had I stood where I am normally standing, a bit further to the south, then it would have been in the way during the touchdown or maybe in passing by. So figured at least here we can also see butt shots when the airplanes are vacating via the first exit. I wasn't expecting this. I didn't know that this was here. But there you go, such is life. Quite busy here. I arrived at a very filled to the brim parking lot. You can see quite a few people if you look in the back right next to the pipes, the vertical pipes. You can see also a lot of people who are standing at the parking lot of the Spottersplatz itself. We had rain this morning. We have wind blowing from the south-southwest. Double digits, I think it was, but it's not nearly as windy as it was in the beginning of the week. This is what the scale of chimney smoke currently looks like. Dirk Visser asks if I heard about Transavia turning back to AMS a week ago. You're talking about the A321neo that was supposed to go to Albania. I have heard about it. I also saw a video about it with the ATC communication, and the track that it flew did a flyby besides the tower to see if all the wheels were out and if the tires were inflated. Looking at Flightradar, it also seems that parallel arrivals have begun. Is this Captain Wheelie? I don't think so. No. The beginning looked promising. And again, one of the pilots holding their hand on the top rim of the control panel. Seems something that they do quite regularly. I wonder if it is if these locations are sticky by now because all these pilots hold their hand on that same location. Bear with me asks if I am going to stream tomorrow afternoon. Plan is not to do that, but to go back to tomorrow morning. If all is well, it should be a dry day tomorrow. So I was thinking, well, I haven't thought it through yet. I do know that I plan to go back to the morning hours as normal. Not sure yet where to go to. Not sure if the wind changes. Haven't looked at the wind in detail yet. Afternoon, the PHAXH first flight in Amsterdam. Okay, duly noted. Hadi Clementia, goedemiddag. Joko, goedemiddag. Amelie, goedemiddag. Martin R, goedemiddag. Kenzo, goedemorgen. Right, let's see. It's Embraers. I had hoped by now the narrow body's rush hour would have been over. I guess not. Let's see, what else is coming? A300. We have a banana downwind off the coast of Noordwijk coming this way. Interesting. What else is coming this way? Well, still a lot of narrow bodies for the time being. At least arriving from the west and from the southwest, so destined to land here on the Polderbaan. In the meantime, parallel arrivals are in progress. This is KLM flight 1790. Hey there, M. Visser, good afternoon. Sophie, Lois, Gary, good afternoon. Shout out for Noordwijk. Oi, oi. Hey there, Redison guy. Ryan, Nick, good afternoon. Yeah, Kenzo, of course you're free to come over and say hi. Don't be afraid to raise your voice a little to get my attention, because when I am streaming I am usually very busy and I'm used to people standing around me at a distance, so that doesn't trigger me to look your way necessarily. Don't be afraid to come up and say hi. I'm not able to do a lot of chatting if it is busy with streaming, but you're always welcome to step up and say hi, of course. So yeah, I thought I saw Gary Greep somewhere. Gary in Amsterdam is in the chat. He's accounted for, but I also thought I saw Gary Greep a bit further upstream. Right now I no longer do. Let's see, there's an EasyJet A319 arriving from Prague, which is now approaching on the glide slope to center. And the next airplane coming this way is BA City Flyer, arriving from London City. Now on the glide slope already. Try to see if I can spot it already. So yeah, apparently, since we're a bit closer to the pipes, we have an opportunity to have a look at them. So apparently they traverse the cycling path and then come a bit this way, and then they seem to be going underground. So you can now clearly see that further to the north, the pipes are no longer running over there. Apparently somewhere over here they're going into the ground. Where they're going to, only Lord knows. I have no idea. Hendrik, buon pomeriggio. Come stai? Oliver, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Frank. Tina, goedemiddag. Hadi Paul, goedemiddag. Welcome to the show, everybody. So, it is another day of Polderbaan arrivals here today. We had rain this morning. If all is well, it's probably going to stay dry for the remainder of the afternoon, and the sun is expected to shine again at times tomorrow and later in the weekend. The temperature is now still a modest 15 or so degrees Celsius. Should climb again towards 20 or so. There are still showers now and then expected for the upcoming weekend. When exactly they're going to fall remains to be seen. I have to keep looking at the weather regularly. So I don't know for sure yet what time my streams this weekend are going to begin. But plan is to stream today, tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday. BA City Flyer Flight 635 arriving from London City, 36 minutes underway, Embraer 190 short range. Banana assigned to Polderbaan as expected, but thanks for the heads up, Dukeman. Nice to get the confirmation. This Embraer 190 has the registration Golf Lima Charlie Alpha Houston. It is 12 years old, first flight July 2012. Hadi Marion, Edelweiss, Lydia, and all others who have joined in the meantime. Good afternoon, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy and this is the Polderbaan runway 18 right. Currently one of the two runways in use for arrivals, and even though I haven't spotted Gary Grebe yet, Chris Coot is here, doing afternoon cardio, and also giving us a little butt shot, yeah, and nibbling on some fibers. Still maintaining a healthy diet, that guy. And another airplane on the glide slope now visible. That's another Embraer KLM, flight 1712, arriving from Luxembourg, an Embraer 175. Hadi Marco, goedemiddag. Lance, good afternoon. Sunny, mate. Don't rub it in too much. Dennis Alex, good afternoon. Dino in the tube, good afternoon. Kaizo, good afternoon. Alrighty. We also have a colorful Air Baltic that is flying in on the glide slope to center. It's the Rasta Air Baltic. QJ asks if I can stream the tattoo plane. I've never seen it live. Should be directly after the banana on center. Sure. Thanks for the heads up. Let me see what we can see of it over here. I have seen it once in real life. That was when I was setting up a stream at the Polderbaan departure stream over at the roundabout at Victor. Unfortunately, it was still hard to see all the details since it is a livery with a lot of details, and it's best to see it up close. Also, it didn't help that the airplane was moving and was accelerating when it passed me by. Hans' favorite will be next after this. A Vueling coming in. And more blue narrow bodies going to the center runway. And this ought to be Vueling flight 8302, arriving from Barcelona. Currently 1 hour and 55 minutes on the way. Echo Charlie, Mike Yankee Charlie is the registration. EC Mick, 7 years old, first flight May 2018. The A300 should be behind it. DHL A300-600 arriving from Madrid. So yeah, standing a bit closer to the pipes doesn't interfere with glide slope visibility. We've now established that. It's a pity that the Hitachi excavator is standing behind me, because from here we can also have a look at butt shots. So I'm thinking about relocating to this location from now on, if I am streaming from on the north side of the Polderbaan, since those arches aren't really in the way. And from here we can have a traditional look at the first exit like we could before, enabling our butt shot emoji to be used again. Hey there, Finn Raziel, and welcome to the show, all others who might have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and today we are going to feature 4 queens and the Asian evening rush hour of wide bodies coming in from Asia. Plan is to stick around until approximately 7 p.m. local time. We already saw one 747 land, all white. 3 more are on the way. Our next airplane coming in is an A300-600 from DHL, arriving from Madrid. Hey Mike, goedemorgen. Who is tuning in from Rio de Janeiro. Quick look of Flight Radar for you guys to see what is coming. All white Atlas Air. Has it already landed? Huh? Did we miss it? No, that was the one. That was the one. silly me. I need more vodka. That was our first queen, which already landed. I am a bit slow, even though I am normally a night owl and more awake as the day progresses. We have 3 more queens coming in. One from Miami, ETA 521. That's white and yellow. Suparna, which I'm not sure about if it's going to land on center or not. And Singapore is also expected around 6:36. Also, a lot of wide bodies are coming in from Asia, including Eva Air, and some Chinese wide bodies as well. Gary Grebe, the mother ducker, he has been sighted. Just so you know, he is here. Alright, so arriving from Madrid, DHL A300-600, the Dasman, not Jasmine, but Dasman, Delta Alpha Zulu Mike November. The airplane is 31 years old, first flight October 1993. And if all is well, hey there Peter K, good morning. Yeah. Here we have the special livery tattoo airplane from Corendon. Corendon flight 416 arriving from Kos. 737 MAX 9. No name given to this special livery yet, according to Flight Radar. A lot of intricate details. It's hard to see already with so much zoom, but you can see there's so much to see, so many lines and whatnot. Looking at it with digital zoom from a distance and while it is moving really doesn't do it any justice. Fido Kestrel, looking for Pinky and the Brain. Oh, did it catch something? Has it caught something? Doesn't look like it, does it? No, don't think he did. And setting up again to scout the perimeter. Absolutely amazing. Meanwhile, over here, KLM flight 1178 is arriving from Stavanger. Any messages for us? Sadly, no. Realistically speaking, that's of course never going to happen, but you never know. Hey, Bill J is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Rudolf, goedemiddag. Peter, goedemiddag. Cliff, good afternoon. Roy, goedemiddag. Great to see you at this unusual time. Yeah, what do you guys think about it? Some of you have requested later afternoon streams before. Is this something worthwhile repeating? Iceland Air Flight 506 is next to arrive from Reykjavik, MAX 8 737, 2 hours and 32 minutes on the way. Chris Coot is also saying hi to the viewers. He says, if you are liking the stream and you haven't already, leave a like and subscribe if you want to help promote this channel's content for free to a wider audience. So this MAX 8 coming in next is 6 years old already. Its first flight was in March 2019. After that we are going to see an A320 from EasyJet arriving from Persenchester, already visible. KLM flight 1572 arriving from Porto in Portugal after that. Lucas, good afternoon. Love the afternoon time for the stream. Absolutely fantastic, he writes. Happy to hear that, Lucas. It does make for a nice change, doesn't it? Particularly when those Asian wide bodies are coming in later this afternoon and beginning of the evening. We don't regularly see them, which is why I'm also excited just to see these airplanes that I know visit Schiphol Airport, but often we cannot see them if streaming in the morning hours. Now, once again, ladies and gentlemen, members, butt shot in the making, custom emoji time. Here you go. And this little cone is also nicely positioned in line. Beautiful. Meanwhile, I saw that Captain Jerry went ahead once again, gifting 5 memberships. Jerome, you didn't have to do that, mate. Thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Aurora Skyline's new members. If you are one of the recipients of Jerome's 5 custom membership, gifted memberships, don't forget to say thank you. And indeed, use those custom emojis. Butt shot time it is. Jerome, thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Skyline's new members. Paul H also confirming afternoon/evening stream is a nice change. Thumbs up. L333TC, good afternoon. Minilab Groningen, good afternoon. EasyJet, in the meantime, already landing here, arriving from Chester. And this is the Gas PD. Yeah, so Hitachi excavator all of a sudden here was really a bit difficult because if standing a bit further to the south it would have been in the way, and now it's also a little bit in the way during the roll up, but I prefer to have it in the roll out than right at the rotation point. In the meantime, also a massive big thank you to Roy for his continued support. 25 months of membership already. 25 months passed by fast. They did pass by quickly, didn't they? Roy, thank you so much for your continued support. I hope that you are still enjoying being a member. If anything is not to your liking, let me know and let me see what I can do to fix it then. Roy, thank you so much for your ongoing support, and I hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. If not as a member, then at least as a regular frequent visitor. 777 incoming, Martine says. Is that so? Andre, good afternoon. Where is the triple then? KLM doing a KLM style landing, keeping up the speed, vacate late. Vacate behind the Hitachi, presumably. EasyJet A320 Neorio. 777 coming in 9 minutes, Martine says. That is excellent. Looking forward to seeing a bit more wide bodies. Indeed, Daniel. Hitachi and Loxam. Very apparent what they're doing here. We see right through them. Trying to sneak in some free advertisements. Now. A little bit of a headache because of my different day rhythm. Quickly getting a painkiller and sip it down with vodka, the best combination. Should keep things in check. In the meantime, I see that Donald has also arrived over here. Don't see Daisy yet. Ah, Qatar. Now I also see the triple on flight radar. This is KLM flight 1432. Wolfgang says you should send Hitachi a bill for the commercial you do. Yeah, send them a bill. Wham bam, thank you ma'am, thank you so much. Is he injured? Surely he's not. Is he? Below his eye? Nah, that's just... Are those dried up tears? Is Donald sad? Has Daisy left him, and is that the reason he is sad? Two airplanes on the glide slope. We have a 737 arriving from Lisbon, KLM flight 1580 here on the right, and behind it is another 737 from KLM, which is arriving from Madrid, flight 1504. Is that Steven Seagal? I think it might be. So yeah, for those of you joining us later, welcome to the show. You may have missed the arrival of the first Queen already. All white, I think it was Atlas Air, arriving from Miami. 3 more 747s are expected though. Plus all the wide bodies arriving from Asia, which are expected between 5 and 7 p.m. In the meantime, Patrick says whoop whoop, party time. He is celebrating 19 months of membership. That's 1.5 years plus a month. Mate, thank you so much for your continued support. I hope everything is still to your liking in the lounge, and I hope you're going to stick around as a member for many more months to come. Patrick, thank you so much for your continued support, and let me know if something is no longer to your liking with respect to being a member, and I'll see what I can do to fix it. Klaus, good afternoon, good to see you too, mate. Hope all is well. So yeah, 3 Queens are expected. Suparna is now expected to arrive around 5:21, 5:23, so nearly simultaneously. The other 747 is expected, and 6:36 the ETA of Singapore Airlines. Now, and there are also wide bodies coming in from Asia, the Asian wide body evening rush hour, and we are going to film it over here. That is the plan. Should probably wrap up the stream around 7 p.m. As a consequence. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. Plenty more is coming. Quite a few airplanes that we don't usually see during the morning hours are expected later in the day. And Marcel van den Berg is thankful for a membership he received last Sunday. Yeah, I think it is possible to trace back who gave you the membership if you go back into the stream and have a look at each time somebody gifted a membership. You'll see the names of the recipients. It's a bit of a needle in a haystack story. Whoever it was, thank you too, also on my behalf. Emirates on the roll, Joke says. Is it already taking off now? And are we talking about the Emirates A380? Right, EK flight 148. But is it now taking off from the runway or what? Okay, so apparently I don't have outbound traffic on my flight radar enabled, so Emirates A380, I'm assuming it is taking off from the Kaagbaan because we have 2 runways open for inbound. Oh, it's still on the move to the runway. Could you give me a heads up when it is lined up and is first to go? In that case, I can turn around the camera. Hey there, Anthony, who's tuning in from Kansas City, Missouri. Didn't know Missouri had a Kansas City. You would think Kansas City would lie in Kansas. Interesting. And one welcome to the show, everybody. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. Feel free to shoot any questions that you might be having. Yeah, thanks Wolfgang, but I also have to have dinner, so I know that there is another A380 and a Queen coming in. I'm not going to stick around for it, just so you know. 777 to center, definitely. Theo says. Which 777 are we talking about? There is a Qatar 777 that is now third on the glide slope to Polderbaan, if I see it correctly here on Flight Radar. Hadi Niels, goedemiddag. Rob, goedemiddag. I already suspected something like that, Jerome. Captain Jerry says there is a Kansas City in Kansas as well. You also have Portland, Oregon and Portland, Maine, right? So it's interesting to see that similar city names are located in different states in the same country. I think that is very interesting. From Shanghai, Theo says, right. Yeah, no, everything coming in from the east is expected to go to the center runway if the center runway is also open as secondary runway. Right now that's still the case, I think until approximately 4:20 or 4:30. Kees, goedemiddag. Keenan, goedemiddag, good afternoon. The border. On the border between Missouri and Kansas. Yeah, there you go. So does that mean that the river was at a different location prior, and maybe in past the Kansas City in Missouri used to be in Kansas? Is that possible? Did the course of the river change, leading the Kansas City, Missouri now to cross states? Or is it just a coincidence? Hey, Marco says we have 2 Hengelo's in our country as well. I didn't even know that, mate. Where's the other Hengelo then? Peter says every US state has a Springfield. That I didn't know. Funny. Interesting information. You learn something new by watching AMS Live on the regular. On the regular, I should say. Another E2 Embraer 195. Let's turn back. Qatar 777 is now next to arrive over here. Qatar Cargo, flight 8102. That's a 777 freighter arriving from Chicago O'Hare. 7 hours and 25 minutes on the way right now. Little bit of crosswind. If you look closely, you can see that it is crabbing towards us just ever so slightly. Registration is Alpha 7 Bravo Foxtrot Mike. It is a 7-year-old airplane. Its first flight was in September 2017. Agar says that on Flight Radar it says that the 777 that is coming is underway now for 25 hours. Really? I see 7 hours and 25 minutes. That would be a nice glitch in Flight Radar then. Unless of course it has refueling, mid-air refueling capabilities that we didn't know of. Reversers? Question mark? No, sadly not. And a reverse landing. That's an idle reverse landing. The 777 that was landing on the center runway, yeah. Davey asks until when. My plan is to stay live today, and the answer to that is approximately 7 p.m. My plan is to stick around until the Eva Air 777 has landed as well, which I think, if I recall correctly, was arriving from Bangkok. Hey there, Rodney. A little late to be on. Well, People have asked about me doing later streams later in the day quite regularly, and since we had drizzled this morning, I figured today would be a good day to go out a bit later. And I had a look at Flight Radar to determine would I go to the runway for inbound traffic or for outbound traffic. And I thought, let's do inbound traffic. We have 4 queens underway between 4 and 7. And also the wide bodies arriving from Asia that usually arrive around our local dinner time can be caught in such a stream. That one I was aware of, Tina. That Valkenburg near Leiden is not too far from where I live. We even used to go there with our Greek teacher, who was an archaeologist by trade, and was our Greek teacher, because there were some archaeological Roman findings over there that he took us to see. Of course, back in my youth, you also had the airport, the military airport over there, with Orion airplanes that used to fly over our house. Absolutely lovely. I recognize that sound still instantaneously. Indeed, Air India also coming in. So quite a few airplanes that do frequent Schiphol airport, but that we normally don't get to see during morning streams. We should see later in the show. Kenya Airways also coming. The A380 is now on taxi to 24. Thanks for the heads up, Wolfgang. Also time to re-invite the Schiphol Elephant. Was hearing it, but I wasn't able to see it. It's a bit like Loch Ness. Alright, so it's back to narrow bodies for the time being. We have an Embraer 175 arriving from Genoa. KLM flight 1646. So big picture overview, it is overcast, as you guys can see. This is looking to the south. Actually looks a bit more clear to the west, and I'm wondering maybe if we are going to get to see some sunshine later in the day. Looking to the east, it looks most dark now. The north also a bit brighter, but looking to the west, it's definitely brightest right now at the western horizon. So I think the sun might be shining over the North Sea already. Another Embraer 175 is arriving, KLM flight 1706. Flight from Brussels to Amsterdam, 30 minutes long now. Wolfgang says you need a t-shirt with the Schiphol elephant. That is a good suggestion. The airplane is crabbing ever so slightly. You can see that its nose is pointing in our direction right now. Gerrit also back in the chat, good to see you. Elwa, goedemiddag. Me, myself, good afternoon. Neo asks, what are city hoppers? These are the narrow bodies from KLM, the Embraer 175 and the Embraer 190s and the E2 Embraer 195s. Hopping between cities in Europe. We're standing a bit further to the north, and that means the return of butt shots. Let's also have a quick look and see what the weather has been doing. This is the meter I have pasted in the ticker with 16 knots of wind from the south-southwest and a ceiling at 2,200 feet. A refresh will tell us not much has changed. The wind has slowed down to 14 knots, still south-southwest. So that's why you see a little bit of crabbing, but not very substantial crabbing. Still a ceiling at 2,200 feet, 3 layers of clouds, few clouds, scattered clouds, broken clouds, all within 500 feet. Air temperature has climbed to 17 degrees C, roughly 64 F. Let me quickly paste the weather report in the ticker for you guys, and then let's continue filming. If you guys have been enjoying the stream so far, don't forget to leave a like if you want to help this channel reach a wider audience. Liking and subscribing is an easy and free way to do that. Helps promote this stream and other content to people who are also into live aviation streams but who haven't heard of AMS Live yet. Squeaky brakes on an Embraer, who would have thought? A380 lined up at 24, at 24, thank you Wolfgang. In that case, let us keep the camera pointed in the direction of the Kaagbaan. The Hitachi is going to be in the way, I'll tell you. I've got a hunch. I've got a hunch. Right, so this is an A330. It took off and became visible just right of the tower of Polderbaan. Hadi RWY, goedemiddag. Right. Emirates A380, where art thou? In the meantime, KLM 737-900 arriving from Edinburgh has just now landed here. Emirates flight 148 going back to Dubai. Should be taking off from runway 24 right now. Let's see if we can spot it. Still got a hunch that the Hitachi is going to be in the way somewhat, but who knows? The A330 appeared just right off the tower. Is it going yet? I only have inbound traffic to Schiphol filtered on my flight radar right now, so I'm not seeing anything. By the time you'll see that if I go into flight radar to change the settings, it'll pop up and become apparent. Still holding. E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Dublin in the meantime, landing here. Right. Is the A380 rolling already? Hey. Did a CRJ use cheater's lane? It's on runway 24, the A380, right? Come on. Not seen on flight radar. A380 is on runway 24. Okay, I'll just keep looking at the horizon. A380 is now rolling. Okay, thanks for the heads up there. A380 is moving. Right, well, where's it going to appear? I think the Hitachi will be in the way, but maybe we'll get lucky. The A330 was arriving, was becoming apparent above the trees, just right off the tower. So I'm thinking the A380 is going to need more runway length. Ah, there it is. It's even earlier. Nice. There we go. Emirates Flight 148 going back to Dubai. Taking off from runway 24. Hitachi bastard in the way. But there you go. No need to apologize, Wolfgang. We only had some narrow bodies landing here. Nothing that we didn't see before already. Hadi Siegfried, goedemiddag. Hey Mike S, good afternoon. Yeah, I think, well, maybe just a little glimpse here. Yeah, turning in. And away it goes. Meanwhile, EasyJet A320neo arriving from Glasgow, landing here. Niorio. What's that there written at the rear window of the Hitachi cab? Something with the first. No, it's the name of the company. T. van der Vlist, which is a last name, a family name. Van der Vlist. So yeah, looks a bit more bright to the west. And you can also see the clouds moving. Still pretty windy. It's nice to see that the rain has done the field over here well. You can see that the crops are rising. I'm not sure what kind of crops these are. They don't look like potatoes, but if they're beets or something else, I'm sure there are viewers who are more knowledgeable than I am who are able to tell us what kind of crop is growing here. I'm also seeing something over at the light mast over there. What's that? Is that, let me go to autofocus so that we can focus on it. Are they tapping electricity? What is this? Is that a mobile camera that they attach to the pole? What is this? So many questions. Midvi, good afternoon. Milad, good afternoon. Yazir, good afternoon. Alamin, good afternoon. Alrighty, KLM flight 1034 is an Embraer 170, so we already know this is a Britty hopper arriving from Person Chester It's an Embraer 170 long range. Coming in from Manchester, a 45-minute flight. That's 261 nautical miles. That's why you need the long range. Quite obviously. Hello lads. Welcome back. Gratje, aka Roadhog, says that they look like beets. Sugar beets, I'm assuming, right? Peter says spinach, just a guess. Peter K asks, do you know how to flatter a woman? Nope. Trip her, hang some trip wire and see if you can trip her to fall. That'll flatten her. Her nose, perhaps. Peter says, tell her that her teeth are like stars, beautifully yellow and far apart. Mate, that's a dangerous joke, mate. I like it. Your teeth are like stars, yellow and far apart. Gerrit is going to The Hague for a concert. By traditional bike, mate. Really? How many kilometers is that? Enjoy the concert, Gerrit. Dukman says, maybe KPN installed extra Wi-Fi for you since the problems last week. I'm not sure that they did. They probably didn't, but it would be nice if they did provide some better coverage. Although I haven't heard anybody reporting any crackling or hiccups in the stream lagging, which I hope is going to stay that way. I want uneventful streams when it comes to the audio and the video department and the internet connection. In the meantime, I see that Alvin is also back in the chat. What up, mate? Good to see ya. Hope all is well. Next airplane coming in is Shamrock. Aer Lingus, arriving from Dublin, Ireland. An hour and a minute underway. That's a nominal flight time. 14-year-old airplane, first flight January 2011. Indeed, Lisa, that is how I got you. Tripwire. And once they're on the floor, they can't get away quickly enough. That's how you catch them. Gotta catch them all right. Hey Lorenzo, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Dukman, reassuring that this stream is excellent today, no problems here. I'm happy to hear that. Now I'm also very thrilled, and for those of you who missed it, Wolfgang gave me a tremendously useful tip. I think it was on Monday when I did my previous stream. KPN was still having some issues there, and it's a really simple solution, but temporarily make a mobile hotspot from your phone's network, which is a different provider. Switch the stream and the laptop to it, then you can reset your modem, and if that is all that is needed to get the stream back working, you can then switch back the laptop to the provider and the modem with the unlimited data. Only takes a few seconds, doesn't lose. It means that you don't need to start a second or third stream. It works beautifully. Also a massive big thank you to Klaus for your super chat there, mate, for a warm cup of ... Fill in the blanks yourself, he writes in Dutch. Mate, thank you so much. I will definitely get a warm cup of ... when I'm done streaming. Thank you so much, Klaus. Dankjewel. You didn't have to do that, mate. Thank you. Alvin tuning in after work. Hope it wasn't too long and too tough a day. Jeff is also back from Boston, Massachusetts. Good to see ya. Ange is also back. Good to see ya, Ange. You caught me with your cute nicknames for all the birds in your stream. Ah, so different way to catch a lady. Michael DCA wonders, do I know which runway I will be on tomorrow? I don't know for sure yet, but I usually, when I do announce the streams, I've taken up the habit of also letting you know in the title and in the video description where I'll be going to. So once I have decided where I'm going to go to and what time I will be beginning, I will announce the stream as early as possible so that as many of you can see the notification ahead of time so that you might be able to join us. It should be good weather tomorrow, no precipitation expected. So I think after having dinner tonight, I should be able to do my analysis, see where I'm going to go to. Of course, ideally I prefer to switch it up and don't do similar days back in a row, unless of course like previous weekend when you have Crosswind on the Polderbaan several days back to back. If there's no significant change in the direction of the wind and Kaagbaan is going to be used for departures, I might be going there. Might also consider going, no, the McDonald's is not very useful. That runway is only a secondary runway now. Yeah, not sure. It depends. It depends. If the wind switches and becomes more from the north again, and they're going to do departures from this runway, I might be going back to the Polderbaan just to film departures. I would go to the roundabout then. I don't know for sure yet, but I'll announce the stream as soon as I can, which probably will be tonight, so in a few hours after I'm done streaming. And if you look in today's stream title and also in the previous couple, I also updated the video description of the streams. A lot more information, also frequently asked questions are answered in there. And it also says the location of the stream. So once I pick a location, I'll put it in the video description and also in the title of the stream. Should give you guys enough time in advance to know where I'll be going to. Butt shots have returned. Standing a bit closer to the pipes because of that Hitachi excavator. Turns out that the pipes are not very burdensome and not in the way that much. In the meantime, a massive big thank you to Michael Pell. Michael Pell just now went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. So that means 5 new members courtesy of Michael. They have access to all the 32 custom emojis now for a month. Use them however you see fit. Custom emojis you can use to your heart's desire. You can spam us to death with them if you are inclined to do so. Spamming is not allowed, but using custom emojis is definitely appreciated and stimulated. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, and Michael, thank you so much for your generosity. I hope that everybody who received the gift of membership will thank you for it. Would be nice to meet you, Michael. Would be nice to meet you. Where are you residing, and what mode of transport will you be using to be making yourself over to Schiphol? Will you use a rental bike? Are you reliant on public transportation? Have you rented a car? EasyJet arriving from Southend. It's now 4:10, and that means on paper this runway is going to be the only runway again in I think 10 or 20 minutes from now. It used to be, the time slot used to be until 4:20. Now I think it has become 4:30. Let's have a quick look. Let's have a quick look. So yeah, I'm standing a bit closer here to the pipes, but if you zoom into the glide slope, you can already see it's no longer in the way. So I think this might become my new hotspot again on this side of the runway. Since it does allow for butt shots, and if the excavator is no longer in the way, we should have clear sight on the runway. Hey there Marco Milos, hey there MC123, hey there Infinity, goedemiddag, Jillard, goedemiddag, Frobisher, good afternoon. Welcome to the show one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are filming arrivals here at the Polderbaan. And we began around 3. Shortly after that, in the first 10 minutes of the stream, if not the first 15 minutes of the stream, the first queen already landed. All white, arriving from Miami, 747-8 Atlas Air. 3 more queens are expected before 7, and we're also going to see a few interesting wide bodies arriving from Asia that we don't get to see while streaming in the morning hours. So I'm very excited. I'll happily show you what we can expect. Since we are still seeing narrow bodies after narrow bodies, let's have a quick look and see what we can expect. Look along with me. On flight radar, the queens coming in, approaching now. Atlas Air, white and yellow, arriving from Miami, ETA 5:17, so that's an hour and 5 or so minutes from now. Around the same time, 2 minutes later, is now expected Suparna Airlines arriving from Chongqing. We have Singapore Airlines Cargo 747 arriving from LAX. Its ETA is 6:30 p.m. So that's an hour and 2 hours and 20 minutes from now. Will not be around for these two, another Singapore Airlines 747 and an A380, but also looking at what else is coming. Check it out. Finnair is coming with the Marimekko Unico livery A330. Don't think we've seen that before. Air China Cargo is arriving from Shanghai. China Eastern is arriving from Shanghai. China Southern with an A350 is arriving from Beijing. We can expect a Musk Cargo. Etihad is coming with a cargo triple. Eva Air, this is the one I'm sticking around for, arriving from Bangkok, 777-300 Now what else is coming, not too far behind it? Air India arriving around the same time. This is all KLM. Another Etihad is coming. And if I am not mistaken, somewhere over here we also, or is it already closer by? Kenya Airways is also coming. I know that Kenya Airways is also coming. So yeah, interesting group of wide bodies that is coming. 3 queens still expected. The weather, 17 degrees, 14 knots of wind from the south-southwest with a ceiling at 2,200 feet. It's the worst day of the weekend. Tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday should be more sunny and also should become a bit more warm. This is a German Airways Herpa arriving on behalf of German Airways this time round and not KLM apparently. Herpa arriving from Basel. Hey there Ewald, good afternoon. Edwin, goedemiddag. Manzi, good afternoon. David, good afternoon. Gabor, good afternoon. And welcome to the show, everybody else who might have joined us in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is runway 18 right, the Polderbaan. Infinity asks, I think it feels warm now as well, Boy, only the sun is not shining, right? Well, there is wind, so it is not extremely warm, but I am standing here just with my premium hoodie on. I do have the hoodie of my hoodie over my cap so that my ears and neck stay a little bit warm. And yes, since most of you know I get cold hands relatively quickly, I still have my fingerless gloves on, but that's more of a luxury thing. It's just that I do get cold hands really quickly. And you don't want cold hands if you are operating a camera and are live streaming. The Herpa, which is going viral now with herpes for 75 years. But yeah, it is decently doable. I can go out with just my AMS Live hoodie on and of course my microphone hat. I have the fingerless gloves on, but that's just for to keep them really comfy and warm. They're not going to get cold and stiff right away, but there is constant wind over here. So eventually they would get a bit more stiff. It's a very gradual process, and just to prevent that from happening, I do keep them on. I think I probably wouldn't have needed them if there was no wind. But there is still a double-digit wind. There is definitely a chimney smoke scale edge, and you can see that the wind is blowing away from us over here. Swag, Danny says. Yeah, thank you, mate. Yeah, well, the color used to be charcoal gray. It has faded over time somewhat due to the influence of ultraviolet radiation. I basically ought to order a new one just to be a bit representative out here in the field. Representing the channel, of course. My hat is new and is not discolored yet, but the hoodie definitely is. It is still nice and warm though. The fabric holds up really well. I am also very pleased about how the logo is holding up. It is printed onto the fabric. It's not sewn in, so it will wear at some point, but I think this was the first item I bought when I launched the merch store, and it is still holding up quite nicely. That's, I think, over 2 years now. Yeah, I think over 2 years already. Alvin says periodically checking in to see if they'll deliver to Australia yet. What you could also do, I'm not sure if you're just checking the European store or if you're also checking the UK store, because Captain Jerry said that if you're in the United States and you want to order from the merch store, you need to order from the UK store. Apparently you get a notification that you cannot order if you're residing in the US when you're in the European store. So I'm not sure if you check the European store only or if you also have a look in the UK store. It might be that the UK store has more possibilities to deliver worldwide than the European store does. We have another Embraer 190. This is another German Airways flying on behalf of KLM, flight 1844, arriving from Nuremberg. This is the hybrid livery. The bottom of the fuselage and the engine casings are blue, and that's because this airplane used to belong to BA. They left the bottom in the BA livery and put the German Airways logo on top and on the tail. And this airplane is operating now for KLM, just to mix it up and make it a bit more complex for you guys. Hope you guys are still following. Marek says, I would like nice sunrises and sunsets during the weekend. I'm coming tomorrow. You should be good for that. This is, like I said before, the worst day, and I do start seeing some blue now over there. So it is opening up, albeit very modestly, and I'm not sure how much sun we are going to see before the sunset here today. But if all is well, it should become more sunny in the next couple of days. Still an occasional shower possible, but it should stay mostly dry. Also going to warm up a bit towards 20 degrees Celsius or roughly 70 F. Bill J says, in addition to the chimney smoke scale, I also look at the wind turbine RPMs. That is, of course, a good indication if you are in some way capable of measuring the RPM. Requires a bit of focus. But yeah, that's also a clear indicator of the wind speed, considering that these windmills are actually spinning relatively rapidly. Even if subjectively there's hardly a breeze, they will be spinning already. I see a collaboration here between Chris Coote and Gary Grebe. Not sure what the purpose of their collab is, but... oh, or maybe they didn't do a collab and Gary is now cross for having said the word collab. This has never been a collab. it was just a coincidence that that we were swimming together. Stupid unfeathered two-legged creature. Shut your ducking mouth. Ah, no! UK store won't deliver to Australia either. That's a pity, Alvin. Gary Grebe is also saying it's a pity. And he's also still cussing at me. I'll refrain from repeating what he said. Wasn't very friendly. Don't put words in Chris's beak. That was Gary Grebe. Chris was okay with it. I think he was like, yeah, nah, we were collaborating. Joint forces. Maybe the Grebe is cross because he asked if the could also chip in 5% of its income for defense together. And he thought it was too much. He said, I can only do 2% or 3%. Hans' favorite is coming in next. Although I'm not seeing it just yet, it should become visible pretty soon. Vueling, arriving from Bilbao, an A320, flight 8354. Howdy Tom, goedemiddag. Sharing a girl, good afternoon. Raj, good afternoon. Raj asks if I was here this morning already around 10:15. No mate, the reason I went out later today was because we had drizzly weather this morning. I think at that time I was still in bed. Catching up on some Z's. Ah, right. So, because because the pipes are of course closer by now, since I'm standing more to the north, my frame of reference has altered, and I need to look lower to see the glide slope. Silly me. I really am in dire need of some more vodka. Let's take a few sips. Gotta love that burn in your throat. Vueling is coming in first. And the airplane in the background is number 190 arriving from Gdansk in Poland. Vueling flight 8353 arriving from Bilbao, Baggins, in the north of Spain. 8 years old, first flight February 2017. Echo Charlie, Mike Quebec Echo. And that's still in place, so we can safely go to bed, knowing that the world will not change just yet. Yillard informing us that Kuwait Airways will be landing within 20 minutes with the A330-800. And what runway will it... Well, it's almost 4:30 now, so I think the answer to the question I was about to ask is Polderbaan. What runway has it been assigned to? I don't see any airplanes coming in to the center runway just yet. Turkish is also coming. It's now number 2 on the glide slope. Hey there, Andy G, good afternoon. Petrikov, good afternoon. Lilian, good afternoon. If you want to support the channel, help it reach a wider audience of like-minded people, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Turkish A330 flight 1953 arriving from Istanbul in the background, coming this way. And here in the foreground we have KLM flight 1306 arriving from Gdansk in Poland. That's number 190. Bloop bloop. Yeah, no Captain Wheelie landing. In that case, let us focus on the A330 over here. I said A330, of course this is an A350, even better. That's even better. A350 900, 2 hours and 52 minutes on the way. Usually Istanbul, Amsterdam averages around 3 hours, so it's a bit ahead of time. Maybe it's had a little bit of tailwind. 2 hours and 52 minutes on the way. This is the Tango Charlie Lima Golf Charlie. 4 years old, first flight July 2020. Bill J says, Captain Jerry commented earlier how it's nice to have both AMS live and daylight at the same time. Yeah, I can imagine that for you West Coast guys, this is a new experience. Is it something worthwhile repeating? Do you guys like the local afternoon stream thus far? Or do you guys prefer going out in the local morning? Later streams usually interfere with my gym schedule, but of course I can also see if maybe I can change my gym times so that I can also go out for later streams a bit more easily. East Coast also, Monzi says. Gary in Amsterdam makes a good point. With weather like this, afternoon is good, but if really nice out, I'd want to be at the cafe. Yeah, that's also what I am afraid of, that a lot of people also have other stuff to do at that time. Right, so I'm seeing a lot of narrow bodies coming in. Where's the first next wide body that is coming in? Yeah, that's also one of the thoughts I was having, Jerry, that US viewers would increase, absolutely. Of course, I usually stream in your nights. That's even worse for people living on the East Coast, since for them it's really in the middle of the night when I start streaming. If I stream around 10, that means it's 4 a.m. Well, I know I would be soundly asleep if I were to live on the East Coast and somebody was streaming at that time. Of course, the later in the day it is, the more people in the United States are also up. If they're not watching LA or anything else. Right, it does look like the Kuwait A330 is going to be the first next wide body, or is there... Ah, Kenya is already in Dutch airspace. Kenya Airways arriving from Nairobi in Kenya, which of course is in awesome. Looking forward to seeing that. It's one of those airplanes that you usually miss when you stream in the local morning hours. That is why I like now to be out here, because there is a nice bunch of wide bodies coming in from Asia that we should be seeing land here. We should be able to see them quite nicely. The PHBCH. Johann Sebastian Bach. Yeah, the Kiwis and the Aussies will not be amused that much. I think that's always a dichotomy. Then again, if you look at the potential audience, I think Australia has just a few more inhabitants than the Netherlands has. We have around 17, or is it already almost 18 million in the Netherlands? Australia is of course a very big country, but it is very thinly populated. Take into consideration the United States, which of course has, what is it, 300 plus million? Cruiseman is right. All US people not watching LAX prefer you and Sid Squad. Well, I'm happy to hear that, and you're absolutely right. Not everybody is of course watching LAX. Alvin says, was very pleasantly surprised to see a stream on when I got home. What time is it now over there in Sydney, Alvin? I don't remember the time difference by heart, so I'm not exactly sure. Must be late in the night already, right? I think it's an 8-hour time difference or so. So it's 2 a.m. or something? They're not so thin where Alvin lives. Of course they're not. They don't walk, they wiggle. Some of them don't walk, they wiggle. midnight. Oh, that's still decent. That's a decent hour still. I thought it was later already. Alrighty. Tui is next to arrive from Funchal. Funchal is in Madeira, if I recall correctly. An island off the coast of Africa, just like the Canary Islands. And is that officially part of Portugal? The Canary Islands, I think, are officially part of Spain. I'm not sure if Madeira is officially part of Portugal. I assume it is, but I don't know for sure. Of course, the Dutch Caribbean islands also have a complex status within the kingdom. Funchal is a Portuguese island, Paul says, so yeah. Waxer Chiswick asks, crosswind today? Well, not as much as we had earlier in the week, but there is definitely a bit of crosswind. Let's have a look at the meter, see what it is now showing. Last time we checked, it was south-southwest and 14 knots, and a refresh now tells us that the wind has become a little bit variable. So at times it becomes a bit more crosswindy, at times it becomes a bit more headwindy. 14 knots of wind still, 18 degrees C. Things are opening up a little bit. We had 3 layers of clouds right next to one another. Now it's a bit higher up and more dispersed vertically. We still have a ceiling at 3,100 feet. That means that we cannot look at overhead traffic and don't see any contrails today. But it definitely is opening up somewhat. The wind is remaining relatively constant, as you guys can see. I've pasted the meter in the ticker, and in the meantime, Sun Express has landed here. Chris Rico also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hey there, Yazir. Yazir is going to the supermarket. I will still be live when you come back, unless you do shopping until 7 p.m. local time, which is until when I am approximately sticking around. Eva Air and Air India behind it. I think those might become the last 2 airplanes of the day. It depends on whether or not more interesting airplanes are right behind them. I won't be able to make it until the A380, the second A380 from Emirates is landing today. It's expected at 8 p.m. I will wrap up around 7 or shortly before 7, but that means we are going to see all the wide bodies arriving from Asia and also 3 more 747s. Not sure if they're all going to land on this runway though. The airplanes that are arriving from the west, the 2 will, but the Suparna arrival from the east, I'm not too sure about. I don't know the runway schedule by heart. We would have to have a look on Flight Radar first. At the have a look at the ETA and then look at Bezoek Bas for the expected runway use. E2 Embraer 195, flight 1366 KLM, arrival from Budapest. Flight time 1 hour and 52 minutes, Budapest. To Amsterdam. Right, the slots open up. Do feel that the wind sometimes is picking up a little bit, and I haven't filmed with image stabilizer enabled yet. I think I am going to enable it right now. Briefly in my menu, image stabilizer, dynamic, and then back full as well. You should have seen that the picture was cropping a little bit. That's the additional margin required for stabilizing the footage. Mitigates shudder from caused by the wind. Royal Air Maroc is coming. Royal Air Maroc arriving from Casablanca, flying downwind west of me. Looking around, but I'm not seeing it yet. Bill J says, regardless of the time, you produce an awesome stream with lots of great planes, commentary, and a few slugs of vodka. Yeah, the vodka is always a constant factor in my streams, isn't it? Thanks for the kind words, Bill. I do my best, and I'm happy to hear that you are enjoying it. I hope everybody is. And at the risk of sounding like a broken record, if you are enjoying the streams and you think other people would like this content as well, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already. It's a free way and easy way to support the channel, help it reach a wider audience of like-minded people. Like, wink wink. Alright, Embraer 175 KLM. Let's see. Kuwait turning in now. Number 3 to arrive. And still a loose cable here hanging from one of the pipes. Please, in a bit of a hurry, driving relatively quickly. Okido, so 2 airplanes visible. The third airplane should be the Kuwait Airways A330, which I'm not seeing yet, but I hope we will get to see it right after this airplane will have landed. Kenya Airways is now also passing by. I think I see it. It is flying right there. That's the Kenya Airways Dreamliner arriving from Nairobi in Kenya. Flying over the dunes of Bloemendal and is continuing further to the north before turning to the right, flying base, then turning another time to the right, to the south, and then on final. Hey, Nancy also back in the chat, and Bobbers too. Good afternoon to you guys. Thijs, goedemiddag. Welcome to the show, everybody. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. Feel free to shoot any questions into the chat if you have any. Many people are watching. All of them are friendly. Some of them are knowledgeable. All of them can give crazy answers if you want them to. So feel free to interact. Keep the chat vibrant. Gertin, fijne hemelvaart. It is Ascension Day. So what better way to spend Ascension Day than with descending airplanes landing? Austrian coming in next. And this looks like a real Austrian, not Air Baltic flying on behalf of Austrian. It is an A320, it is arriving from Vienna. Will it feature the word Wolf on the side? Probably not, but we'll have a look. 1 hour and 36 minutes on the way. This airplane is 17 years old right now. First flight was in September 2007. Hey, Donna also back. Good afternoon, Donna. Welcome back. Hope all is well. Naomi, goedemiddag. Welkom terug. Austrian wolf. Where's the word wolf? It needs to feature the word wolf. Plenty of space. Plenty of space. That is such a pity. Paul asks a very valid and good question. If the planes are landing, shouldn't it be descension day? I was also thinking that. It is descension day here on Ascension Day here at Schiphol Airport. With the next airplane coming in, Kuwait Airways Flight 127, an A330-800, the 9 Kilo Alpha Papa Hotel, 5 hours, 43 minutes on the way. The airplane is 3 years old. First flight was in August 2021. Again, that Schiphol elephant has been heard but not sighted. Howdy Ronald, goedemiddag. Adventures with Bill and Livy, good afternoon, and thank you for the kind words. Love your streams. Thank you from Provo, Utah. Good early morning and welcome. Thank you for the kind words. Happy to hear that you guys are enjoying the content. I do the best I can to give you the best quality streams I can. You can nicely see how when the main gear is on the ground, they'll input with the rudder. Butt shot in the making. There you go. It's vacating via the first exit. That's an A330 butt shot, ladies and gentlemen, members. Use your custom emoji. It's been a while since we were last able to use it, but this vantage point also allows for beautiful first exit butt shots. Bear with me says, speaking of A and descension, where is Jesus? That is a good question. Jesus should be flying around somewhere. Let's have a quick look. Jesus does not seem to be airborne right now, so I'm not sure if Jesus is having a day off on Ascension Day or if maybe they are now on the ground and will be flying back again pretty soon. Right now it's not airborne, it's not visible on flight radar. If it were, then we would have seen it just now. Hadian, goedemiddag. So yeah, if you joined us later, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It was overcast initially in the beginning of the stream. It is still overcast, but look at the west where the wind is coming from. You can see openness, more bits of blue at the horizon. So yeah, wind is blowing from south-southwest, approximately over there. This is looking to the south. This is looking to the east. This is looking to the north. We're a bit closer to the pipes, because there's an excavator right next to the canal here, a bit further south. If I had set up where I'm normally standing or lately have been standing, then the excavator would probably have been in the picture right at the rotation point. Now, just during the rollout, it is burdensome at times. Not if, like this SAS A320neo, the airplanes are taking the first exit. Patrick, goedemiddag. Good to see you again, mate. Peter Moerman says it's on Malta. I think he's referring to Jesus. Liberator is also back from a very windy England. Good to see you, mate. Hope you're not blowing away there. Be careful. Kevin 777 says hello from Surprise, Arizona. Enjoying the stream and can't wait to land at Schiphol and visit Amsterdam soon. When will you be coming, mate? Eric says, don't visit Amsterdam, Kevin 777. It all happens in Rotterdam. Can you tell that Amsterdam and Rotterdam sometimes have a little beef among them? One of the most risky soccer games or football games here is Ajax versus Feyenoord, Amsterdam versus Rotterdam. There's always competition between the two cities. This is Royal Air Maroc, and not Air Arabia Maroc, but Royal Air Maroc. Don't see them very often. It's a minimalistic, a bit retro-esque livery, if you ask me. If it were a real retro, of course the stripes would be right at the height of the windows, but it still has a very old school look to me. It's coming from Casablanca, which is in the north of which is in Morocco, which is in the north of and Kuwait in the background, the A330 already making its way over to the main platform area. Unintentionally retro. That's a nice. That's a very apt description there, Alvin. I like it. Bauer says windy in London, 25C. Interesting. And I hope I pronounced it properly. Key. Doug is saying hi and is new here. Your name sounds very Vietnamese. Are you from Vietnam by any chance? Welcome to the channel, mate. Hope you like it here. And nice of you to say hi. If you are new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. Chris Good also chiming in. He says, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already, if you are enjoying the show. And in the meantime, he's apparently eating water. He's taking a bite of the water, chewing on it, bit crunchy. All right. Next up, an airplane that I never see during my morning streams, and I'm happy to see it now because it is a lovely airplane. Kenya Airways, a Dreamliner arriving from Nairobi, Kenya, which of course also is in Kenya Airways flight 116 is arriving from Nairobi, Kenya, 8 hours and 15 minutes on the way. 11-year-old airplane. The 5 Yankee Kilo Zulu Bravo. First flight was in May 2014. That makes this airplane 11 years old. If you joined us later, you will probably have missed the landing of one of the 4 747s that we are going to see in today's stream. Its landing took place in the first 15 minutes of the show. All white 747 arriving from Miami. There are 3 more 747s expected, all before 7 p.m. local time. Pretty soon we're also going to see the wide bodies arriving from Asia, the evening rush hour. Eva Airways coming in. Air India is also going to arrive here shortly before 7. Eva Airways, Eva Air as well. A couple of Chinese triples and whatnot are also coming. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. It's going to be a lovely day here. It already has been beautiful. It is even going to get better. In the next couple of days, it should become more sunny again. This morning we had rain and drizzle. Right now, things are slowly but surely opening up. As of tomorrow, the sun should be out again more regularly. Forecasts, we're talking about a shower here or there in the upcoming days, including up till Sunday, but if all is well, the vast majority of the next couple of days should remain dry and mostly sunny. So I should be out again for another stream tomorrow and on Saturday and on Sunday. Don't know yet exactly when I will go out and where I will be going to, but I will announce my upcoming streams as soon as I know when and where I will be going to. This is KLM flight 1756 arriving from Hamburg in Germany. Now about to touch down after 43 minutes of flight. 737-800, the Papa Hotel, Bravo X-Ray, November. 24-year-old airplane, first flight December 2000. Are there any people left on the other side? There were a few earlier. Right now, oh, two cyclists have just arrived on the scene. One with very grey, if not white hair. Wind on the scale of chimney smoke is looking like this. Next up should be AJet, an AJet A320neo arriving from Istanbul. 3 hours and 15 minutes underway. 2-year-old airplane, first flight November 2022. I'm wondering, are we able to see any other airplanes on the glide slope yet? The answer is no, not yet. EasyJet A319 arriving from Palma de Mallorca, I think is going to be the next airplane after this. Oh, is that Donald or is that Daisy? I think it might be Daisy. If you heard quacking, there is a duck here in the water more to the south of me towards the excavator. Let me see if in passing to the south I can also show you when filming this airplane's arrival. Where did the duck go? There it is. That's Daisy, alright. Daisy quacking rather loudly just now. Wah, wah. Yeah, wah, wah. AJet giving us a little butt shot, and in the background, KLM moving in. Next airplane coming in is EasyJet, arriving from Palma de Mallorca, and another EasyJet arriving from London Luton, which might give you the cramps if you are Luton intolerant, is coming next after that. Sizable bit of spatial separation between the airplanes. You can see the EasyJet already at the horizon. Let's also have a quick look and see where these other airplanes of interest are. Suparna, about to cross into Dutch airspace. Its ETA is 5:23. If you guys would be so kind to have a look on Omgevingsinfo Schiphol or whatever the website is called to see what runway it will be assigned to. I'm very curious. That's the one I'm not sure about. This one is coming in from the west, should land on Polderbaan on paper, is expected in 25 minutes from now, around the same time as Suparna. Singapore Airlines Cargo is coming in 1.5 hours or so from now, still flying to the northwest of the UK, but coming in. And also, let's have a quick look at what else is coming. So we have a couple of wide bodies coming in from Asia. Finnair with a special livery A330 is also coming this way. Air China Cargo with a triple, China Eastern with a triple, and an Angry China Southern A350 arriving from Beijing. Over here we have an Etihad coming in. Korean Air arriving from Seoul around 6:30, and Eva Air is coming in 10 minutes to 7 around the same time. Air India is also coming in. Those two I will stick around for, and depending on whether or not there are any interesting airplanes right after that, I might stick around a bit longer, but my plan is to stick around until approximately 7, but at least until the Air India and Eva Air have landed. Looking forward a lot to see those. In the meantime, a good afternoon to all who have joined. Eric wonders if there have been any go-arounds. The answer is no, there haven't. It's not windy enough for that. Even though it is a little bit crosswindy, not nearly as windy as it was earlier in the week. Hey, and Aero Mexico also coming in around 12 minutes past 6, so definitely in the scope of our stream here today. Dirkie, indeed, good afternoon. Yeah, rain and drizzle this morning in the Netherlands. A good reason to sleep in a little and go out for a stream later in the day. I was really afraid I wasn't going to pull in any viewers today, since this is a very atypical streaming time of day for the audience. I'm surprised that still so many of you have found the stream today, and I'm very pleased with your company here. Thank you so much for joining me here today. Thus far I'm enjoying the stream a lot. I hope you guys are too. Now, let me know in the comments below the video if you thought this time of day is worthwhile repeating. If you want to see more of streams in the afternoon, early evening, stuff like that. I am a bit autistic in that I have a strong preference for daily rituals and whatnot, and doing things in a fixed way. One of the things I like doing is going to the gym either in the late afternoon or in the evening. That's why I usually stream in the morning hours, so that I am done streaming and have prepared everything when I want to go to the gym. But if you guys enjoy streams like these, I might have to look at a different gym schedule and be a bit more flexible in that respect, so that I can do more of these streams at this time of day for you guys. Thus far I am enjoying it. It's also nice to see airplanes later in the stream that we don't get to see during the morning streams. Nancy says love the stream. Alvin also enjoying it. Happy to hear that, guys. One airplane now coming in, and after that it looks like we will have to wait a few minutes. I'm a bit surprised about the rate airplanes are now approaching the Netherlands. Luckily we have waiting music for you guys to keep you somewhat entertained. Yeah, and the clouds, as you can see, are drifting in the way a little bit, obscuring the visibility somewhat at moments. Bit of change is appreciated. Thank you so much. LTC878, herzlich willkommen. Het geeft wat variatie. Gratje says it gives some variation. He wrote in Dutch. I agree. We've seen those airplanes in the morning hours so often already. And of course it makes for something that you know and can anticipate to, I should say, but this is also nice. Right. Bonzi says, I think you may be able to pull more in from the Eastern time zone in Canada and the US. That's also one of the things I am hoping for. Not sure how much growth potential AMS Live has left if I continue with just streaming in the morning hours. Plus, I am a night owl by nature, so I remember when I was studying and also had shifts that I had to do in the afternoon or evening, those were always the best for me. Sleeping in a little bit, do the household chores, then go to work and then chill a little bit after having worked, right, far after midnight. That's my natural biorhythm. I'm one of those persons who never goes to bed before midnight, and if he does, he's something is wrong, and I'm usually ill. Aviation Dutch says in Dutch, how about one time in the dark? I'm not too sure about that yet, because I'm not sure yet how much you can see with my camera during nighttime. I'm also a bit unsure of how much you can see, for instance, from the platform. You would have to be at a location where you can also see action on the platform, because if you are standing here in the middle of butt duck nowhere, let's keep it friendly. The only lights over here are the light masts next to the cycling path, and there are a few over there, so you really are struggling to see anything over here come nighttime. You would have to go to either the McDonald's or somewhere else where you can overlook the main platform area, I think, where there's more lights and things are also a bit better illuminated. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Wolfgang. You are absolutely right. P3 is a good location to be filming from at night. If only that would be allowed. Well, maybe in the future I am able to do something like that. In the meantime, we will have to wait a bit before the next airplanes are coming in. Let's have a quick look. First of all, to see where the Queens are at. They are now, well, one of them is in Dutch airspace. Has anybody already had a look and see what runway Suparna has been assigned to? I'm also trying to see what the weather will be like for those of you who are in the Netherlands or are visiting soon. So today is a shitty day, a transition day. Tomorrow, warmer and more sunshine and no precipitation even expected. So there you go. A couple of days earlier, it was still expected that we might see a few droplets in the weekend. Now it seems like from tomorrow on, it's going to stay dry at least until Tuesday. Next week doesn't look that great, but that's still very far away and might still change over the course of the next few days. Has the METAR updated? It has, and it is now a bit crosswindy. The wind has turned a bit more to the west, making it southwesterly wind now, and it's also increased to 18 knots. There's still a ceiling at 3,500 feet. So the wind is picking up, interestingly. I thought it would slow down, but it didn't. It's actually picking up and is also becoming more crosswindy. So let me copy paste the METAR in the ticker. Then let's go back to the camera controls and see if we can catch a bit of the overhead traffic. Well, no, it's already too high. You can hear something, but not see it yet. The next airplane coming in should be an EasyJet arriving from Newcastle, A350. Has anybody had a look to see to what runway Suparna is going? Probably the Polderbaan. Then again, I am now seeing that the bird control is doing an inspection, also using the sound effects. That's K1, that's the new Ford Ranger Raptor. Or at least if we have to believe what our resident car expert Alvin said the first time he had a look at this new car. Doekman says it's not listed yet, it's not on bus. Okay. The one from Miami is coming to the Polderbaan. DHL is also coming to the Polderbaan. Right. Okay, well, if you do happen to see the Suparna, let me know. But if all is well, let's have a quick look. If all is well, it should be landing on the let's see, from 1620. This is the website showing us the expected runway use. It's now 1706. From 1620 until 1740, landings on Polderbaan. Only one runway open. So on paper, it can only go to the runway we are standing next to. And it is indeed going to the Polderbaan. So that means that we are actually going to see 3 Queens land here. That's great news, guys. 4 Queens in total, 4 Queens and all of them landing here on the Polderbaan. That's great news. That is terrific. Okido. Now, let's see. A320neo arriving from Newcastle, EasyJet, which looks like it overshot the glide slope a little and has to come back. Where is it? Ah, there it is. And it does look like it was either vectored in a little too late or overshot or something. Or is it crabbing so severely? Might also be that. Either way, it's now visible and it's now approaching the Polderbaan to land here as the first next airplane. So this is an EasyJet A320neo arriving from Newcastle, where it left from 50 minutes ago. Registration OE Louis. Peter K says maybe back-to-back 747 landing. I hope not, even though it would be nice. But that means that we cannot look at the rollout of the first Queen too extensively before having to turn the camera back around. So I prefer to have something in between them, but unless of course they are separated spatially very closely next to one, beside one another, after one another I should say, so that it makes for a nice combo shot on the glide slope. We're probably not going to be so lucky. They'll probably land back to back with a bit of spatial separation, but that will mean that we have to turn around the camera then relatively quickly. Either way, we'll see pretty soon. The airplane on the far left, that's another BA City Flyer from BA, flight 8455. Embraer 190 arriving from London City. There's also an Air France Bombardier C-Series 300 that is now flying towards Schiphol. Yeah, the crabbing is increasing. The crabbing is increasing. In the meantime, a massive big thank you to Gratje, aka Roadhog, who says thanks for the many nice streams. You're welcome, mate. Thank you so much for your kind words and of course for your generous donation there. You didn't have to do that, mate, but thank you so much for doing it. Much appreciated. I do the best I can. I'm glad to hear that you are enjoying what I'm doing. Russell the Crow is also over here somewhere. I can hear him. He's calling me, but I don't know where he's calling me from. Hitachi with a socket. Is that radar or something? What is it? It's not an exhaust pipe, is it? No, that's this thing. Here, another one of those. Are those measuring? Are those GPS measuring? Are those GPS receptors or something to measure things with, or for positioning? Just curious. I have also been looking into some agriculture vlogs to see just now what is going on in the fields next to the Polderbaan. Whenever those tractors are driving, I'm wondering what are they doing. In the meantime, Frederick Sens also back in the chat. Goedemiddag, middagshow dit keer. He writes good afternoon, afternoon show this time. He writes in Dutch. And he is also celebrating 18 months of membership. Frederick, thank you so much for your continued support. Hope you still like it in the lounge. Let me know if something is no longer to your liking. And thank you for the ongoing support. 1.5 years, 6 more months before you'll turn blue. And indeed, an afternoon stream. This morning we had rainy weather, drizzle. So I thought it would be a good excuse to sleep in a little bit and go out for an afternoon stream. Could be GPS. GPS, yes. GPS on the excavator. Oh, right. GPS. And you said hello, says in Dutch. Very theft sensitive, those GPS machines. But that shouldn't be a problem in the area of Schiphol Airport. No, mate. As soon as you step foot over here, the military police will come to get you. Over here, cameras. I think those are security cameras to keep the runway area in check from a distance. Though I'm not sure, but they are cameras over there. In the meantime, I see on my flight radar that the Atlas Air arrival from Miami has approached the mainland of the Netherlands, still over the Gulf of Yorkshire. Ground leveler GPS. Dutch Flight Simmer says, with that GPS, the machinist can exactly dig out what I designed on a drawing in 3D. Ah, interesting. Interesting. Alvin asks, are those new? Are you talking about the excavator or those GPS units? The excavator is new. Last time I was here, it wasn't around yet. They have also been doing some digging next to the red white box that is also near the south, near the roundabout where I'm also standing for departures. That had to do with fiber optic cables. What they're doing over here, I don't know. Hey, Kudi Patudi, good afternoon. And then Nancy will be retreating into the Lurkers Lounge. That's okay. If we need anything, if any supplies are running low, let me know and I'll put them on the groceries list. Ah, the cameras. Ah, no, these have been around for a while now, Alvin. As far as I remember, we might have seen people drive up to them and do some repairs on them, or they're checking some settings with a laptop. So those are not new. They have been around. It's just that in passing by when following an airplane, you really need to know that they're there. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know. You wouldn't even notice them. I have made some thumbnails for streams where they are in the picture, but if you aren't aware of them being there, you would never see them in passing by when following an airplane if it landed or took off. Well, if it took off, it would have been already above the ground, so you wouldn't even see it in the frame. Anyway. Right. Queen number 2 is now on the glide slope. There she is. And it's not going to be back-to-back queens, but that's okay, because that means we will have time, and we will have ample time to follow this one. The gear is already out. There it is. We have one airplane in the foreground. That's Ryanair. Now, airplanes preceding Quad Squad members never get much love here at AMS Live. And Ryanair unfortunately won't get much love today from us here either. We might still hear it, since Ryanair is known to use their reversers quite regularly. It might be that you will hear it when it passes by here. And Ange can remember the guys with laptops working on those a while ago. Yeah, so you have to, if you pay attention to it, you will notice them, but often most people don't even notice it. Unless there are people there, which there sometimes are. Ah, Dustin says that are visibility sensors with ultrasound and lasers. There you go. Here I was thinking they were cameras, but they're not. They're to gauge visibility. Martine says, looks like they are using the Zwanenburgbaan again. Is that so? What time did Bezoekbas say they were going to open it up again? Thought it was in an hour or so from now, or was it around... No, it was around 5:30, wasn't it? Or... Now I'm confused. That's the thing, I don't stream at this time of day very regularly, so I don't know the exact schedule of runway use by heart. Hey, Phil is tuning in from Sacramento. Joining us live for the first time as you are 9 hours behind. Excellent show. Mate, thank you for saying hi. Happy to hear that you're enjoying it. And nice that you are able to witness the stream while live for a change. Atlas Air operated... No, it's DHL. DHL/Atlas Air operated by Polar Air Cargo. Seven 478 November 858 Gin Tonic. 8 hours and 18 minutes it has flown to get here from Miami, Florida. 13-year-old airplane, first flight December 2011. That was Queen number 2. 2 more to go. 2 down, 2 to go. And Yellard informing us that the center will open up again around 6:20. So, if all is well, we should be good for a while with the airplanes landing here exclusively. Ryanair over there. Seems to be on the other side still. For a brief moment, then it'll pass to the left. In the meantime, we can see another airplane land here. This is KLM flight 1326 arriving from Krakow in Poland. 1 hour and 39 minutes on the way. PHEXY, 1 hour and 39 minutes on the way. You said hello, asks, do you know if spotting will be possible at Polderbaan during the NATO summit? The answer is no. Let me take you through the information. There's already information on the website of, I think, Let me have a quick look. Gemeente Haarlemmermeer. That's the municipality that Schiphol lies in. The website is in Dutch, but you can translate it to English. NATO top Netherlands. And here it also says all the areas that will be closed. This whole red area is going to be closed. We are now standing right here, and everything from the N205, which is the road that is, when I point the camera to the right, you can see in the background, and here, everything in the red is going to be closed off. So it's going to be impossible to get into the vicinity of the Polderbaan. I'll copy paste the link in the chat. Put it through Google Translate to translate it into your native language if you don't understand Dutch, but you'll get more information about what you can and can't see during the NATO top. But Polderbaan area is definitely not going to be accessible. If all is well, the remainder of the airport should stay accessible to a certain degree. It'll have heightened security. So I'm still unsure about whether or not you can, for instance, spot at the McDonald's spotter's place. It'll also depend, of course, on wind and runway use, whether or not something is going to be seen over there. You have to bear in mind, with the Polderbaan out of commission and the Buitenveldebaan runway 0927 also out of commission due to maintenance, there are only 3 runways left that will be used for the whole airport. I'm thinking that the center runway is going to be dedicated for the dignitaries that will fly in for the NATO top, who will then have the shortest time to taxi back to the parking, which will be at the Polderbaan. So yeah, hey, and there is Queen number 3 in the background, turning in. What a lovely sight to behold. In the foreground here on the far right we have Air Oink Oink flight 1257 arriving from Istanbul. That's an A321neo. In the middle we have Air Europa arriving from Madrid. That's a 737-800. And Queen number 3 is now turning in. Doekman asks, would Kaagbaan be possible for you? Don't know yet, mate. Don't know yet. I've got a suspicion that there is going to be a military police vehicle parked in the corner right to the entrance of the grass field, and they're probably going to keep spotters away from there, because if I had something like a pocket rocket launcher with me, I would be able to strike at those airplanes rather easily. So I don't know for sure, even though they haven't said anything about it. I've got a hunch that it's also going to be very difficult to spot at the McDonald's site. Just think about it. I was told that, for instance, Air Force One, if the American president were to come to the NATO top, wouldn't be able to park his entire entourage and Air Force One on the Polderbaan. If that's true and it has to park at the main platform area, it'll probably be parked right next to Pier Alpha. That means it is in visual range of if you go to the Kaagbaan to be spotting from. So I don't know yet. I've got a hunch it's going to be really difficult to spot from the traditional locations. Right, Alvin signing off. Alvin, mate, thank you for joining, mate. It's been a pleasure. I hope to see you again in another one sometime soon. Pocket rocket is something different, ask Lise. Hey, Sander, also in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Petrikov has been on the Aalsmeerder Dijk next to the Gemaal. Yeah, that is a location that might also be worthwhile streaming from. In the meantime, Queen number 3 is approaching. It is Suparna Airlines flight 87433, arriving from Chongqing in China. 10 hours 33 minutes. This airplane is now underway. The airplane is 33 years old and its first flight was in August 1991. That's the month I turned 9. What were you doing back then? Hey, Gin Team Stripes also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Spam with the emotes, indeed. That was a lovely landing and a bit of spray even, indeed, boss. That was perfect. Indeed, Lars, it was a little wobbly, wasn't it? Super Arna. Like that one. Well done, well done. Yeah. A dirty plane as well. RIP, rest in peace, speaker. Stefan K says, I should have said that beforehand, but AMS Live cannot be held accountable for any loss to speakers or eardrums. You're watching the channel at your own discretion. Viewer discretion is advised. Let's do a quick turnaround. Ita is coming in, arrival from Rome, flight 110, A321 Neo. Beautiful Ita blue. Ita Airways, flight 110, arriving from Rome, 2 hours 14 minutes on the way. Relatively new airplane, a year old, first flight February 2024. EIHXC, Hotel X-Ray Charlie. Colin asks an interesting question. He writes in Dutch, hi boy, I noticed that the 747 more often has engines where the rear is gekarteld, so with sawtooth, like with the 787. Could you explain something about that? The airplanes that have that are 747-8s. Those are the latest, newest, and those engines are the same as are on the Dreamliner. So you're right, these are exactly the same engines that you'll also find on the Dreamliner. And the rear being gekarteld, as it's called in Dutch, those sawtooth that you see, makes the airflow around the exhaust, which is in the core of the engine, it makes that the engine sound becomes even softer. It affects the airflow and it makes the engine sound softer. If I serrated, indeed, it's serrated, and if I'm not mistaken, the serrated engine casings make that the engine sound is dampened and it becomes a bit more quiet. If I'm wrong, by all means correct me. I'm not going to pretend I know everything, but I thought that was the reason. And I think you're right, RWY, those are called chevrons. The cookie cutter. Indeed, Paul. Beautiful BA butt shot with Suparna in the background. Nice colorful picture. So yeah, it's a pity that the Hitachi excavator is in the way over here. I really was afraid that I wasn't able to show you any butt shots anymore with those pipes now so close by, but standing here a bit further north of where I used to stand, but since the pipes are so close by, when you zoom in to the glide slope, you're basically not seeing those pipes anymore. So I think this is going to be my new place to set up if I'm standing here on the north side of the runway, since from this point we can also have the butt shots again. It was an emoji, a custom emoji that we were having for a while, and since those pipes here got erected, we never got to use them again because I was setting up further south towards the parking place itself, the Spottersplaats. And today I learned that it's not too bad standing so close to the pipes, because those pipes are a bit further back. So if I stand relatively close to the water, which I am, the pipes are not really in the way visually. In the meantime, you can see it is opening up somewhat. Not saying that the sun is going to be shining anytime soon, because the sun is now right over there. What a difference. Normally in my morning streams it's over there somewhere. But now it is standing, it is located behind me. If the sun were to shine, this time of day would have been terrific, because we would have the same lighting as you would have with arrivals at Karbaan in the morning, illuminating the liveries of the airplanes from the back. You can see this is the west looking towards the sea. This is looking in the south, the southwest direction where the wind is coming from. Indeed, the sun is breaking through at times. Hoofddorp, of course, just a stone's throw away further to the south from where we are standing over here. So yeah, the darkest sky is now looking to the northeast in the direction of the scale of chimney smoke, which incidentally right now looks like so. Hey, Ray, also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Aviation Dutch says in Dutch, hey boy, you can also stand on the other side from where I'm standing right now. You could, but the road leading up to the roundabout at the end, you cannot park next to the road. You're not allowed to stand still right in the vicinity of the, there it is, of the roundabout. So you have to park your car really far back, and it is a sizable walk to get there then. Not sure what other people who film from there do, if they just take the risk of running, getting a fine if the police checks them, and just use their car to park at the roundabout, but I don't want to run that risk. I already recently received a ticket when I was parked at the McDonald's. I forgot to put my my parking disc in. That's 120 euros plus 9 euros administration fee that you have to cough up then. Lesson learned. Donald looks pretty, doesn't he? Green and blue. Oh, I'll land. Up. Chris is still standing here. He's commenting. Quack, quack. Kevin says, hi boy, my uncle landed with his wife and kid in the Corendon special livery. What's the deal with the livery? Does it mean something? I don't know exactly what I don't think that it means something. I just know that it is a well-known Dutch tattoo artist who designed it. What's the reason behind it? I don't know. I do know that it is sort of a big tattoo, basically, the tattoo livery. But If it signifies anything, I don't know. Probably doesn't. It's probably just tattoo artwork. And the only thing I know is that it was designed by a guy who is a well-known tattoo artist here in the Netherlands. If there's a specific reason behind it, don't know. Would be happy to hear it if anybody does know. I don't know for sure. Now, in the meantime, I also see Finnair coming this way, now traversing what is called Markermeer towards Purmerend. Not sure if we can pick it up already. When it is in the vicinity of Purmerend, it would be flying above the chimney smoke. I'm not sure if the clouds are in the way or not. It's an A330 with a special livery that I don't think we have seen in the stream yet, so interesting. QJ says it was a he thinks it was a celebration of Corendon in Dutch. Could be. Could be. Hey, is this Elon Musk? No, that's not. It's Piet Hein. Looking happy as ever. Finnair is arriving, and the Air China cargo arriving from Shanghai is also coming. Meanwhile, Donald is over here on land. Let's switch to autofocus. He's doing wishy-washy. And scratchy. What? What? And says he's happy he's not Elon Musk. Probably is. He probably is. All right. EasyJet, Neorio. Wide bodies are coming. The wide bodies are arriving from the east. And since another 40 minutes are left before the center runway is going to open up for traffic arriving from the east, we should be seeing all those wide bodies arriving from the east coming this way. Lucky us. A Transavia arriving from Palma de Mallorca should be over there. And there it is. Transavia flight 5624 arriving from Palma de Mallorca. The Papa Hotel Zulu Victor. 2 hours and 6 minutes underway. 22 years old. First flight June 2002. And indeed, Peter K, it is the Marimekko Unico livery. And I think we already saw the Marimekko Kivet, which was on also, I think, an A330. Or was that also a special livery of the A350? It's been a while since we last saw it, so I'm not sure anymore. This is at least an A330. Hey, and Aviation Dallas is also tuning in from Melbourne. Good evening, mate. Hype asks if Donald had any children this spring. I did see Daisy with a couple of ducklings earlier, further south. Not sure if she is the mama and this Donald is the daddy. Well, she probably was the mommy, but if it is this Donald who is the daddy, I don't know for sure. Probably not, because Donald and Daisy probably would have been together if he were the daddy. Hey reageerder, goedemiddag. So we'll see an Embraer 175 right after this Transavia, and then it looks like the Finnair A330 is going to land. Hey Jaapje! Jaapje writes in Dutch. Hehe, finally I can also type something here. We've been watching for months at your streams. But because of you, we also took a silver description because the little one from us, 4 years old, likes watching the radar. Nice. Jong geleerd is oud gedaan, as we say in Dutch. Not sure if there is an English equivalent to that saying, but literally translated into English, it means learn at a young age is done at an old age, which I think you'll probably get the gist of. Matthew Clark says, loving the afternoon stream. Thanks, boy. Happy to hear that, Matthew. Hope everybody is enjoying the stream. And if you are and you haven't already, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already. It's an easy and free way to help support the channel and help it reach a wider audience of people like-minded to you guys who are into live aviation streams such as these, but who haven't heard of AMS Live yet. We are in for a treat. The evening rush hour beginning with airplanes arriving from Asia and whatnot. Eva Air, Air India, those are still expected. Another Queen, another 747 is still expected. We have seen 3 already. 1 in the first 10 to 15 minutes of the show and 2 more in last half hour or so, I think. There's the Finnair A330 at the top. Airplane ballet in the sky. Finnair flies through thin air. Try it 3 times fast. Screw you, mate. I've had too much vodka to be able to do that properly. Hans' favorite, Welling, is also coming in. Now number 3 should be turning in the background if we are able to see it from the left. Well, Tom, if you missed 2 747s, Suparna and the DHL/Atlas Air /Polar Air white with the blue, the yellow back, then yes, because those 2 have landed relatively quickly after one another. When was it? In the last 15 to 20 minutes or so? Something like that. We have now already seen 3. That much I can tell with certainty. Once again, hearing that infamous Schiphol elephant. KLM flight 956 here in the foreground, first to land. Embraer 190 arriving from Newcastle, and after that we are going to see a special livery Finnair A330 Marimekko something Unico. There it is. Crabbing away. This is Finnair flight 1305. A330-300 Marimekko Unico livery. 2 hours and 4 minutes on the way from I was about to say Reykjavik, but Helsinki, bloody Helsinki in Finland. Colin asks, are 747 only used for cargo or are they still carrying people? They do still carry people, but not here in the Netherlands. You need to go to either Germany or to Korea. They still have passenger 747s. Here at Schiphol, all the 747s that you see come and go are cargo 747s. This is the Oscar Hotel, Lima Tango Oscar. It is 16 years old, first flight March 2009. Nicknamed the butter machine, indeed, Koen. Hardly ever do you see a hard landing from an A330, do you? Right, well, it's nice to see some flowers here, since the Keukenhof has already closed. We're even going to see a Finnair butt shot to boot. Check that ass. Shake your ass, but watch yourself. Ah, didn't know that. Uncle Plane Guy says, and China too. Air China still operates passenger service. Didn't know that, mate. Good to know. Harp asks if I have standard streaming times days. Well, I do have standard streaming days. Thursdays through Sundays is what I strive for. But if I am unable to make it 4 days on Thursdays through Sundays and the Mondays, on Mondays the weather is favorable. Mondays might sometimes be used to do a compensatory stream. But in essence, I do strive to stream on Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays and Sundays. Most often in the morning hours, the local morning. Though on a day like today where we had drizzle all throughout the morning and early afternoon, I chose to do an afternoon stream. Late afternoon / early evening stream. So the days are the most certain. Make sure to subscribe and hit the notifications. I will try to notify and pre-announce streams whenever I plan on doing them. 1 or 2 weeks ago, for instance, I was able to already plan and schedule all of my streams of the weekend, since we had 4 days with KVK weather and no question about wind direction or precipitation, risk of precipitation. And I was able to already do 4 stream announcements ahead of time. Air China cargo arriving from Shanghai, a 777 freighter now coming in, 11 hours and 7 minutes underway. Bravo 2096 is its registration. It's an 11-year-old airplane. First flight was in February 2014. Indeed it was, wasn't it, Nancy? The Finnair special livery. I think it was a channel premiere. Don't think we have seen this one before. Mighty Meko Kivit, I remember having seen on several occasions already, but this one I'm not too sure. I think this has been a channel premiere. Marco asks if I slept in after a heavy night. Well, I'm too old to be having heavy nights like that. I will turn 43 in a couple of months, if you don't remember. No, it was drizzly, mate. Didn't feel like going out since I don't have a waterproof camera. It is a very awesome camera. The only thing I wish is that Canon would make their prosumer or pro level cameras watertight like the phones these days are. So no, chose to sleep in, definitely not after a heavy night, but just because there was not much else to do. But it was the raininess why in the morning, which is why I went out later. Reversers? Come on, you know you want to. Yes. Bit late, but better late than never, I suppose. Flap surfaces for a Chinese triple look decently clean. Not as clean as a lot of the 777s from KLM are, but still half decent. But the flaps could use a wet wipe. You're absolutely right, Ray. I agree. So yeah, as you guys can see, quite a few people still out. Out and about over here. People on the bench. And also, can we see how many people are still left? Behind the woman, I think, with the yellow jacket, you can see people. Those are standing behind the fence. And also a bit further to the left. Those people are standing at the Spottersplatz parking lot. The official Spottersplatz, which is a bit further to the south. And indeed, Lisa, in a couple of months, I will no longer have the answer to life, the universe, and everything. I'll be just dumb, plain dumb. I don't know. Hank has to go. Hank, thank you so much for joining. Hope to see you again tomorrow. Marcos, bom dia, good to see you, mate. And welcome to all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and if you joined us only later, you probably have missed one or more of the 3 queens that we already saw. You are in luck though, there is another 747 expected, and we are here to catch it. Singapore Airlines cargo arriving from Miami, Florida. That's the one we are going to stick around for. Eva Air, Air India, those are all expected shortly before 7. My plan is to stick around until then, and if there's more interesting airplanes right behind them, I will stick around for them. The A380 and the Singapore that are arriving around 8 are out of the scope for today's show. My plan is to stick around here for at least those airplanes that I already mentioned, and probably until around 7 o'clock. So we're now in the last hour or so of the stream. In the meantime, a massive big thank you to Marcos for your super sticker, a pear character flying in the air with a red cape and a smile on his face. Mate, thank you so much for that. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. And 606 likes, Peter K says. I count 609 in the meantime now. Thank you all so much. If you guys are enjoying the stream and you want to help support the channel for free, drop a like and subscribe if you haven't already. It's an easy way for this channel to reach a wider audience of like-minded people, people who are into aviation live streams like these, but who just haven't heard of AMS Live yet. China Eastern is coming in next, also one of these airplanes that we don't very often see. 777-300 arriving from Shanghai in China. 11 hours and 2 minutes underway. Registration is Bravo 7368. Indeed, Paul, the answer is 42, however, we don't know what the question is. Either way, thank you so long, and thanks for all the fish. Hey there, Thomas. Doing the evening shift indeed. Had rain and drizzle here in the morning, so no use going out just to get the camera wet. Oh yeah, reversers. I'm standing a bit further to the north to the pipes, the arches, the excrement arches. I think maybe 50 meters or so away from them, 150 feet. I was afraid of going that close to them because I thought they would be in the way of the glide slope, but as you guys can see, they don't hinder glide slope visibility that much. If it weren't for the excavator, this would be a perfect spot, and I think I am going to go back here more regularly, since we are also in line here with the first exit, allowing for the return of the use of the custom emoji that is butt shot. course, ever since those pipes got laid here, I went to a different location a bit further to the south, no longer standing in line with the first exit, and that means that those butt shots were no longer an option, and we basically got left with a custom emoji that was left unused. Now we can reuse it again, and all 32 custom emojis are relevant for you again. So don't be afraid to use them. If you are a member, whether you're a new, old, gifted member or not gifted member, doesn't matter. 32 custom emojis at your disposal, and spam us to death with them. Use them as inappropriately as you can think of. I challenge you all to get creative with them. In the meantime, a big congratulations to Marco Plaggenborg, who is celebrating 17 months of membership, almost 1.5 years. He writes in Dutch with a dialect. It gaat hard, hoppa. It goes quickly. Bada bing, bada boom. Mate, thank you so much for your ongoing support. I hope that everything is still to your liking in the lounge. And Marco also went ahead, started gifting out memberships, which I will highlight and celebrate in a moment. First, have a look at KLM flight 1246, which is arriving from Liverpool. Umbrella 175. And now touching down. Marco, mate, you really didn't have to do that, but thank you so much. Hope that everything is still to your liking in the lounge. Let me know if something is no longer to your liking, and I will see what I can do to fix it. In the meantime, Marco just now went ahead gifting 10 memberships. Mate, I hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from you will say thank you for it or dankjewel. Welcome to the Aurora Skyline's new members. Marco, insane generosity once again. Thank you so much. You really did not have to do that, but another 10 members, courtesy of you. Welcome to the Aurora Skyline's new members, and thank you, and congratulations, Marco Plaggenborg, a member for 17 months, and another 10 memberships gifted. Koen asks if the dialect is Achterhoeks. I don't know for sure. Maybe Marco can answer that himself. In the meantime, a very good morning, force of habit. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's almost 6 p.m. And one of two KLM's SkyTeam liveried airplanes is coming in next, arriving from Rennes in France. KLM flight 1416. It's the Umbrella 190 coming in. There's also a 737-900 in the same SkyTeam livery, and we used to have until recently a 777-300 also in the SkyTeam livery, the PHBVD, which was Marissa's beloved, as she always used to call it. Now, unfortunately, since a couple of months, it has been repainted into the standard livery of KLM. The alleged reason I heard was that it was more difficult to see damage on the fuselage when it was silver as with the SkyTeam livery. Makes me wonder, why have they repainted the 777 already and not yet the Embraer and the Boeing? Maybe they will. Maybe the Boeing will go out of service pretty soon due to age. Maybe when this airplane is in need of a new paint job, they'll repaint it back to the standard livery. Your guess is as good as mine. Either way, it has now returned and landed here from Rennes, which is in France. I remember back in middle school when I was learning French, our book would have main characters that were living there in Rennes. That's the only thing I remember. Yeah, and a little bit of French, but only a petit peu. Liwa is saying we want an excavator emoticon. I just want it to leave. I don't want it to be there. It's impairing our visibility here. And then the question becomes, do you want Hitachi? Do you want Cat? Do you want a different brand of excavator? Wolfgang says CRJ 1000 inbound, and maybe the Coast Guard is coming in as well. Where's the CRJ? Oh yeah, I see it. Hey, CRJ 10 1000. Interesting. I don't think that we have seen that before. Aero Mexico is also coming in. Wow, that has been quite a long time ago since we last saw it. it used to fly earlier in the it used to arrive earlier in the afternoon, because I remember that I have stayed a bit later while streaming in the morning hours, and I caught a couple of landings from Aeromexico, among which the Quetzalcoatl special livery. Then all of a sudden they switched their schedule, they came in late, and of course I have seen them when arriving, for instance, to the Polderbaan. When I was sitting at home looking out, I happened to see it, but this is going to be the first time in quite a long time that we are going to see an Aeromexico back in the live stream. Nice. Komatsu will do. Well, if you can make the number of members go to 1600 plus, I promise I'll get you a custom emoji for an excavator, a Komatsu. If you can get the member level above 1600, Liwe, you got yourself a Komatsu special livery. Absolutely, that's a deal. Got some wide bodies coming in as well. The Chinese A350 arriving from Beijing is also flying over Markermeer and should be coming in should be arriving here in a couple of minutes. Here's the next airplane on the glide slope, Lufthansa Flight 998 arriving from Frankfurt. That's an A319. Right now the next airplanes are all arriving from the east, although there is also an EasyJet A319 arriving from Bristol that should be arriving from the west. Before it gets busy, also a massive big thank you and good afternoon. I did not see you there earlier in the chat, Mark. Apologies if you said hi to me personally before and I missed it. Mark Hilton is also in the chat and he just now went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. Mate, thank you so much for that. You really did not have to do that, but you did it anyway. A warm welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Mark Hilton if you are one of the recipients of his 5 gifted memberships. Don't forget to use the custom emojis that you have at your disposal now for a month. Mark, once again, thank you so much for your generosity, mate. Working and lurking? Are you guys... Do you guys, here in the Netherlands, Ascension Day, which it is today, is a day off. It's a national holiday. Do you guys who live abroad and are watching, do you guys have to work today? Or is it a national holiday in your country as well? Or do you have a job, Mark, that means you have to work on holidays sometimes as well? Peter K asks, has there ever been a landing or departure of a propeller plane on stream? I think there were. If you go back to the first streams I was filming, my first live stream was back at the end of November 2022. Also nice to look at these streams and see how far I've progressed with respect to camera technique, voiceover, etc. Nice to see the progression. I sometimes look back at it just to see where I came from. But back then, Flybe was still flying to Schiphol. And I remember having caught Flybe propeller airplanes here at Schiphol Airport. But there weren't many. And other than that, yeah, the occasional busiest, of course. Pilates, I think we have seen some Pilateses landing and taking off from either Polderbaan or Polderbaan instead of the busiest runway 0422. Lufthansa in the Star Alliance livery. Davy. Not Debbie, but Davy. Baby. Johan L says, holiday here in Sweden. Mark Hilton says, no, we had bank holiday on Monday, just gone. Always on call, LOL. Oh, mate. Well, hope you're having a good one at work then today. Hey Tessa, finally an evening stream, she writes in Dutch. Nice, happy to hear that you're enjoying, Tessa. Tom says also a national holiday today in Belgium. Daapje81 asks, how can you see when you have received subscription from anyone? I think you mean gifted membership. Well, if you receive a gifted membership, your name in the chat will turn green and you'll have a badge behind your name. Now, by the way, speaking of badges, have a look and see what I have changed. I've added a badge for 5-year members. That's still 3 years out, but there you go. In time we'll get there. And I also changed the diamond that I had at the 48-month or 4-year mark. I've pimped it up since my emoji and video editing and Photoshop level of expertise has also progressed somewhat over time. Have a look at the 48 and 60 month badges that you guys will now be receiving if in 2 years and 3 years respectively you guys will be 4 or 5 year members. Good question, Embrug. Is it Pilates or is it Pilati? Or is it Pilat? Yeah, no, it's Pilates. 1 Pilates, 2 Pilates. Pilates? Important questions being asked here at AMS Live in the live chat. Korean Air will be landing within 30 minutes with a Dreamliner. Yillard says. See that Yillard also was the recipient of a gifted membership in the stream because I think you came in with a grey name and now you're once again green. EasyJet A319 arriving from Vice? No, Venice. That's the next. Paul is enthusiastic about the loyalty badges. I'm happy to hear that you are. I was also happily surprised how they turned out to be. LTC 878, our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Not only can you receive a membership when somebody gifts you one, you can also become a member on your own volition. LTC 878 just now did that. He just now became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Vielen Dank für deine Unterstützung. Herzlich willkommen. And don't forget to use those custom emojis that you now have at your disposal. LTC 878, welcome. Herzlich willkommen und vielen Dank. Endlich, finally. Hey, John van Reewijk, who says in Dutch, just discovered your channel. Greetings from Rotterdam. Greetings back, mate. What the fudge? Check it out. The sun is shining for the first time. Now you can see just how much more better these liveries look this time of day if the sun does come out to shine. It's the same illumination that you have when you film arrivals at the Polderbaan runway 06 in the morning hours with the sun shining from behind. The sun is over there in the sky. There was a bit of blue where it shone through. That's what you were able to see on that livery only briefly. Quite a few interesting airplanes still ahead of us, including another 747. In the meantime, a massive big thank you to Michael Pell. Michael Pell just now went ahead. He gifted 10 members a membership, a temporary gifted membership. Michael, mate, thank you so much for your generosity. That is above and beyond. A warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge new members. Don't forget to say thank you or dankjewel to Michael Pell if you are one of the recipients of his 10 gifted memberships. Don't forget to use those 32 custom emojis that you now have at your disposal, guys. They're there for a reason, to be used and abused, to whatever way you see fit, so get creative with them. I challenge you all to use the custom emojis as inappropriately as you can think of. Surprise us! Angry A350 next after this. This is EasyJet arriving from Bristol, an A319. It's crabbing. It is still relatively windy, and the wind over the course of today's stream has become a bit more crosswindy. it began as mostly southerly wind. It is now becoming a bit more southwesterly wind. Wind speed has also increased. We were at 14 knots at the beginning, now at 18 or so. Hey there, Ramon, Nilsi, and Dapia asks if I also have a job next to this or if this is my income. Well, it is income, definitely, but it's not my main income yet. I hope it one day will be, but I do have a day job next to that. But that's only on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, luckily. This is China Southern Airlines, flight 345. Arriving from Beijing in China. 9 hours and 52 minutes on the way. It is an A350-900, registration Bravo 32 Foxtrot Romeo. K2 just now passed us by. Or, yeah, no, it was K2. And that's an angry looking A350. I don't want to be in the Netherlands, I want to be back in China, is what it's saying. It's windy here, I don't like it here. The airplane is a year old, first flight July 2023. Will it apply the reversers? Yes. Noise. Stupid Hitachi excavator. Coast Guard went to 22. So already landed, or I'm looking around, I'm not seeing the Coast Guard -8 anywhere in the vicinity just yet. I am going to turn around now because we are going to see the return of Aero Mexico in one of AMS Live's streams. It's been a while since we last saw one while live, so I am very thrilled to see it. Of course, it is just a standard livery and not the Quetzalcoatl, but there you go, can't have everything. Aero Mexico Flight 25 arrived from Mexico City. 10 hours and 3 minutes, now 4 minutes underway. X-Ray Alpha Alpha Delta Hotel is the registration. The airplane is 7 years old. First flight was in January 2018. Mexico. If you go a bit further to the south, you'll end up at Buenos dias, señores. Alrighty. Now, let's also quickly turn back. Our regular viewer Michael Jackson would be thrilled to see this one. I don't think we have ever seen a CRJ 1000 in our stream yet, so I'm very pleased to see that the next arrival is a Lufty CRJ 1000. Vaguely visible still, but there you go. Behind it, Etihad arriving from Abu Dhabi. Also one of these airplanes that you don't usually see in the morning stream, so absolutely lovely. A crabbing CRJ 1000 arriving from Frankfurt, Lufthansa, flight 996, underway now for 50 minutes. And you can see when zooming out, it is still a decent amount away. Irish registered, interestingly. It's not the I-ho, but the I-he. E-I-H-E-I. I-E. So that is a symmetrical registration. EIHIE. And you can already see the contours of the Etihad triple behind it at moments. The cloud is in the way, but it is over there. Or at least we were able to see it briefly. Ah, there it is. Yeah, now it is finally emerging definitively through the clouds. Etihad arriving from Abu Dhabi. Also an airplane that we don't see regularly in the morning time. RWY says, looks like the CRJ is struggling against the wind. Absolutely, there is more wind now. We began the stream with 14 knots of wind, and last time I checked the meter we had 18 knots. Now unfortunately we don't have a lot of time to be checking the new meter in between the landings. Let me see if maybe after this one we can do so. The wind began as south-southwest. In other words, mostly south, a little bit of westerly crosswind component in it, but it has become a bit more crosswindy now. Don't think we've seen this specimen in our live streams before. Another channel premiere here. What a lovely machine. Next up, Etihad flight 917 arriving from Abu Dhabi. Hey Jane, good evening. Good to see ya. Here it is. Etihad flight 917 arriving from Abu Dhabi. 6 hours and 34 minutes on the way. It is a 777 freighter. Alpha 6 Delta 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 is its registration. It's the D. Huh? Mike Romeo says Singapore 747 to 18C. How on earth is that possible? Are they going to do a runway inspection? Here I was thinking none of the 747s we were going to see in today's stream would get away now. And with the sun shining from behind us, or at least positioned behind us, the livery looks exquisite. Hey, Stephen also in the chat, Just Play Nuts, who says, I love this afternoon stream. I'm happy to hear that, mate. Glad you guys are enjoying it. Mike Romeo confirming it says Zwanenburg on Bos, which means that the Singapore 747 is going to get away and is going to land on the wrong runway. That is absolutely a pity. Let me quickly have a look. We had 18 knots of crosswind, southwesterly wind last time we checked. See, the wind is picking up. It is now once again a bit further south-southwest, so less crosswind, but the wind speed has picked up, is now 20 knots. It's 19 degrees C, nearly 70 F. It's almost cavalcade, barring few clouds at 800 feet. It is otherwise open. Let me quickly paste the latest meter in the ticker for you guys. Most regular viewers will know how to read it by now. And the next airplane coming in is approaching. Howdy Patrick, goedemorgen. Goedemorgen. I keep saying good morning because of force of habit. Hey, and check it out guys, the sun is now shining. Hey, the sun is shining here for the first time. I have to point the camera towards the water now to give you a shady, grassy wave. First time that the sun is shining, and that means that the livery is going to pop like they are when filming arrivals on a sunny day from the Polderbaan, from the Kaagbaan in the morning, runway 06. Air Baltic is arriving from Riga, flight 619. That's an A220-300 or Bombardier C-Series 300. Has flown nearly exactly 2 hours, 1 hour 59 minutes it says here. It's the YLABQ. The airplane a year old, first flight August 2023. It is getting used to indeed, boss. And Yazir is back in time, indeed. Marky says it's morning already. Yeah, absolutely right. It's also drinks o'clock somewhere in the world right now. Vodka time. But just have a look at how pretty the Air Baltic livery is shining when the sun is shining on it. Perfect time of day. And Steven, thank you so much for your super chat there. Happy Thursday, he writes. I was about to say happy birthday. Happy Thursday to you too, Steven. And thank you so much for your generosity, for the super chat. Much appreciated, mate. It's high noon somewhere in the world. Indeed it is, Jane. For me, it is time to have a sip of vodka and then let's see what else is coming. Transavia flight 6332, arrival from Valencia. The Papa Hotel, Hotel Zulu Delta. Yazir says, man, all wide bodies are going to the center runway. What the fudge? Why are they doing that? Silver lining is that we can still see the airplanes quite well from here, but Mike Hotel says there are many airport live streams, but no one is as good as yours. Thank you. Greetings from STR Airport. Mate, those are big words. Thank you so much for your kind words, and I'm happy to hear that you are liking the stream so much. I am not sure if this is the best one out there, but I do strive to be to give you the best I can. All right. So, are they now going to do a runway inspection? I think they might be. Where's the EasyJet arrival from Stansted? Also, what's going on now? Are they doing a runway inspection? Or are they going to do a runway inspection? I'm looking around to see. Well, K2 is still standing there. So why are they now? No, for duck's sake. EasyJet is turning in. The EasyJet arrival from Stansted is coming this way. Why on earth did they allow Singapore to go to center then? Boggles the mind. Hey Lena, goedenavond. Good to see ya. Now Liwe, mate, what are you doing? That is a very generous super chat, and he writes in Dutch, ooh, such a nice Luikse wafel with Lise. Believe me, I will get a Luikse wafel with Lise whenever we are going back to Belgium. Right now, her parents are coming over on Sunday and are going to stick around and leave again on Monday. Since Lisa will be celebrating her birthday on Tuesday, she'll be turning 28 and she'll be celebrating by working on that day. As you do. Whenever we will go back to Belgium, I'm sure we'll take a Luikse wafel on you, Liwe. I'll send you another picture like I did before. Liwe, thank you so much for your generosity, but you really didn't have to do that, mate. You're doing more than enough to support the channel as it is already by being a mod and also a member. What is this? It is Tarom. And is that Tarom in the retro livery? It is. It is the Boop the Snoot version. That cutie with that black tip nose that we saw, I think it was at the Kaagbaan not too long ago. Hadi boy, goedemiddag. Are you working again, mate? Boy is bird controller here at Schiphol Airport, in case you guys didn't know. Now, hopefully the wind, yeah, look at this. Nice contrasty picture there with the sun illuminating the airplane beautifully. It's just a bit difficult to keep it steady with the wind. It does make for a beautiful backdrop. Boy is off today. Also nice. I wonder what kind of schedules do you guys work, because being bird controller means you guys have to patrol 24/7. So I'm assuming you'll be having a couple of shifts in a couple of days in a row, and then maybe a couple of days off, and then maybe a later shift for a couple of days back to back. Something like that. All right, now the one getting away. Frustratingly, here I was afraid that it was going to be the Suparna 747 that was going to get away, since it was arriving from the east, and of course logically it would have a chance of going to the center runway. Instead, the airplane arriving from the west, from LAX of all places, which on paper 99 out of 100 times should be assigned to the westmost runway. In other words, this runway, the Polderbaan. It has been assigned to the center runway, and I don't know why, because there's no runway inspection in progress right now. In fact, there is an EasyJet arriving from London Stansted flying parallel to this one, which is landing on Polderbaan almost now. The lighting, of course, this time of day works in our favor. And as you can see, if the wind is not too gusty, we can still have a decent look at the beautiful machine that is the Singapore Airlines cargo. Flight 7987, arriving from LAX, 9 hours and 57 minutes on the way. That's an airplane that is 24 years old already. That's EasyJet here in the foreground, passing by, having arrived from London Stansted, I think it was. I've got the details of the 747 here in front of me on flight radar. First flight of the 747 was September 2000. Wolfgang says, boys should take boy for a ride on the field. What do you think? I think that's a good idea on paper. I think it is a bit difficult to get to the other side of the canal and not get arrested, because you will need to get clearance, safety clearance first. Same with filming at the fire station, which has also been suggested by some of you at times. Reach out to the firefighters, see if you can maybe get a ride with them or a tour around the fire station. It's opening up, and it's an indication of what weather we can expect in the upcoming weekend. Should get more sunny. No, the ducking Dreamliner arriving from Seoul Korean Air is also going to the wrong runway. What are these bastards doing? Right. How bad is it? Hey, Rich. Rich is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. It's getting a bit more windy here. 20 knots of wind. Wind is blowing from the south to southwest. This is BA flight 448 arriving from London Heathrow, an A319. And flying parallel to it, a little bit behind it to the center runway, is Korean Air flight 925. That's a 7879 Dreamliner arriving from Seoul. Yeah, Kudi Patudi, the Polderbaan giveth and the Polderbaan taketh. No truer words than that. It is a shame though. Well, we will turn around the camera to it pretty soon. Mass cargo, undoubtedly also going to the wrong runway. Yuppie asks if I am out again live on Saturday next week at 11. Probably, if the weather is good enough, but oh wait, next week, I'm not too sure. I checked Buienradar earlier in the stream and had a look at the 14-day forecast. And right now, for next weekend, it doesn't look that good. It looked like it was going to rain on Saturday and on Sunday next week. So it is always weather dependent. And also depending on the wind, I don't know yet where I am going to go to. Another one getting away from us, and one that I personally had been looking forward to seeing again up close. I was really hoping for it to land on the Polderbaan, but it is going to the wrong runway. It is Pepsi Air, aka Korean. Well, I was also clicking on Flight Radar to get out the details. This is Korean Air, flight 925, in the old livery, which I personally still like best. It's a 7879 Dreamliner, having arrived from Seoul with a capital S. 13 hours and 8 minutes underway. Registration Hotel Lima 8391. If I'm going to do more evening streams, I might have to get a soundbite of that. Seoul with a capital S. That seems very appropriate for this airplane. Hey Suzanne, goedenavond. Dominique says, hey, you make a great job. Greetings from the three guys 200 meters in front of you. Are you guys sitting on the bench, or are you guys more towards the parking space or more to the north? Anyway, Pepsi Air about to land. Looks a bit shaky. That's because we have 20 knots of wind that is blowing into the camera at times, which makes it a bit hard to keep following it at such long focal lengths. What a shame. To the north. Where are the chaps then? Are you guys sitting in the grass? Not seeing anybody protruding above the grass. Cootie Patootie has to go again. Have a nice evening, Cootie Patootie. Thank you for joining. Hope to see you again soon. Maybe tomorrow. Here is another one getting away from us. Musk Cargo, flight 6124, arrival from Doha. What a shame, says I was summoned, question mark. You were. Unfortunately. Yes, more afternoon streams. Just Play Nuts says. Yeah, if you guys are enthusiastic about this time of day, streams this time of day, leave a comment below the video. Musk Cargo, flight 6124, arrival from Doha. 6 hours and 59 minutes underway now. The 9 Mike Uniform Alpha. In other words, 9M Mwahaha. And look at how beautifully the sun is illuminating it. It's not landing where we want it to land, but it is beautifully lit. Shit is lit, baby. 13-year-old airplane, first flight August 2011. Oh. double chinned. That's to make sure that when this airplane is on the ground, the cargo floor is level. If you look closely at A330s without the double chin, you'll see that when they're on the ground, they'll be leaning forward a little bit. In other words, their floors are not exactly level. Hey, it is our friend Harry the Heron. Harry the Heron over there. And another excavator in the back. What's up with all these excavators here? Get out of here. So, it's opening up. Looking to the east, things look like so. Looking to the north, this is what it currently looks like. Now, interestingly, where we had the clearest sky at the western horizon earlier, now more cloudiness in the sky at the western horizon. So yeah, it's not unadulterated sunshine here yet. It should get better tomorrow, and the next couple of days should stay dry. We saw earlier in the stream. Earlier in the week, for the weekend, they were still expecting a few droplets on occasion, but now it looks like it is going to stay dry all throughout the upcoming weekend. That's good. Means that I am probably going to do streams again in the morning hour tomorrow and on the next couple of days. Maybe not, because I do believe that some of you are already very enthusiastic about streams this time of day. So I'm also up for switching it up a little bit and going out later in the day as well, if my schedule will allow me to. Hey, check it out. It is a low-key wheelie courtesy of Hans' favorite Welling, which arrived from Barcelona. Hey there, Luindo, who is also tuning in. Good to see you, mate. Is the Komatsu? Where did I see it? I'm not sure that it is. I don't know what color Komatsus have. Now, this is too far away for me to get a clear view on. It doesn't look like a cat, and it doesn't look like a Hitachi. That's the only thing I can say from here. I'm not an excavator expert, although I am learning. Thanks to you guys. Let's see, over here, another parallel arrival from EasyJet. Where did this airplane come from? Milan. Wolfo says that looks like a Devilon. Right. I'll believe it. I'll take your word for it, Wolfgang. I have no clue. All I know, it's not a cat. I recognize cats. They're yellow and black. Oh, hey, it's going around. Or is it? Yeah, I saw the puffs of smoke. It was pulling up the engines. That's KLM flight 1158 going around. Should land here, arriving from Alessand and Bro 175. I thought I saw puffs of smoke. Now that can either be correctional inputs, but this baby is going around and we'll see it another time. Broke off the landing relatively early. Don't think there was another airplane still on the runway. They probably weren't stable enough. Okay. Guess we'll see that one another time. Yeah, so if you have to break off a landing, you'll climb out, I think, to 2,000 or 3,000 feet. I think it was 3,000 feet, and then you go to the left, to the west. They make a right-hand turn. They go to the west, basically towards the sea, and then ATC will probably vector them back to the queue. Right. QJ says, no, I think it wants to go to center. Could be. Could be. Howdy Bart, good afternoon. And welcome to the show, all others. So, let's see. Eva Air in Dutch airspace. I'm assuming it has been assigned to the center runway, right? Air India already a bit closer by. I'm assuming it also has been assigned to the center runway. They are arriving from the east, so they are probably going to land over there on the easternmost runway. Next airplane coming in from the northeast, northwest, more or less, is KLM flight 868, which is arriving from Getzer Kicks in Osaka. I thought that there was also a KLM arriving from Tokyo, somewhere not too far behind it. And Dapia has to go. Thank you so much for joining, mate. Hope to see you again in another one sometime soon. So the clouds are still obscuring our glide slope visibility somewhat, even though the Dreamliner arriving from Japan is close by. It's not visible yet. Keep double checking. Aren't I missing it? Pretty sure that I know where the glide slope ought to be, so I think it's just the clouds being in the way. Center for the aforementioned planes. Yep. Well, that was to be expected. It's okay though. As long as the wind is not too gusty, we ought to be able to film them quite well. There it is. They become apparent a bit lower and closer by than I thought they were. But there you go. This is KLM flight 868, arriving from Osaka in Japan. Flight time 13 hours, 21 minutes. It's a 7879 Dreamliner with the registration Papa Hotel, Bravo Hotel Papa. Another symmetrical registration. Six-year-old airplane. Its first flight was in August 2018. Hey, and Sweetie is also back in the chat. Lars says, are you here around 1930? You can start practice how to pronounce Aalborg. I'm not. I will wrap up after Eva Air has landed probably. Or not long thereafter. Conflict says tomorrow WestJet first flight to Schiphol. Where will it be arriving from and what time will it expectedly arrive? It would be nice to get that in the stream if possible, but that will depend on its estimated time of arrival. I'm also not yet sure about what the wind is going to be tomorrow and what runway use will be used. Preferably, I want to switch things up. Don't do the same several days in a row, unless of course it is really windy and you have crosswind arrivals such as what we had last weekend. Coming in from Halifax and arrive at 10:45. So that is, if the wind isn't changing and Polderbaan is going to be used, it's going to be a Polderbaan arrival since it will be arriving from the west. And it will arrive during the morning, which is when I will be streaming normally speaking. In the meantime, I see that we have crossed 700 likes. Thank you all so much, ladies and gentlemen. 700 likes. We have less viewers than that, so there you go. But there you go. It is also dinner time for a lot of you here in Europe. Thank you all so much for the likes. If you have been enjoying the stream and you have not yet added to the likes, don't be afraid to do so. It is a free and easy way to support the channel and help us reach a wider audience of new like-minded people who are into aviation streams but who just haven't heard of AMS Live yet. A like and a subscription and also a comment below the video are ways to help. It boosts the algorithm, promotes the thumbnail of this stream and other content on homepages of people who are also into live aviation streams. So, back to narrow bodies for the time being. EasyJet arriving from Persenchester will be arriving here next. Flight 22165. And the go around is number 2. Is the go around coming to this runway or has it gone to center like QJ was thinking it might go? Hey, it's smakelijk, Aviation Dutch, who is sitting with a plate of chicken satay, on the lap and watching the stream as well. Set for the Polderbaan. Thanks for the update. So the airplane that went around early just now should be arriving next. In the meantime, a lot is also arriving, going to the center runway. Where did I see it? There it is. At Schiphol there's always a lot to see. Here we have one. Flight 267, arriving from Warsaw. However, we are going to focus back on the glide slope here. The airplane that went around so earlier, not too long ago, is next to arrive here. KLM flight 1158 arriving from Alessand. Quick lap around the block and back again here. And in the meantime, a massive big thank you to Sebastian Ansara, who just now gifted 5 memberships. Sebastian, thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the RWY Sky Lounge new members. Don't forget to say thank you if you are one of Sebastian's recipients of a gifted membership. Be sure to use those custom emojis that you now have available to you. Spamming is not allowed, but custom emojis you can use as much as you want. Welcome to the RWY Sky Lounge new members, and thank you once again, Sebastian, for your generosity, mate. There it is. KLM flight 1158 arriving from Alessand. Second attempt at landing here, Embraer 175. Looking behind me, the runway is clear. The EasyJet already vacated and the runway is entirely clear. Hey Evan, top of the evening. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Hey, Aviations by Jensen, good evening. Nice to see an evening stream. Yep. People have been enthusiastic thus far. If you haven't let us know yet, if you haven't let us know yet what you think of this time of day for a live stream, let us know in the comments. Feel free to drop a comment below the video. Give us your opinion about what you think about this time of day. Is it worthwhile repeating? Or should we stick to streaming in the local morning hours? In the meantime, Benito asks, which free flight tracker do you recommend? Well, I personally use Flight Radar 24. I do have a silver subscription for it, but that's only so that I can tell you guys the age of the airplane and have a bit more filters available to me. The free version I think also works a treat, but there are people who swear by other platforms or software or websites. So my personal app of choice is Flight Radar. I think it is a very user-friendly bit of software, but then again, your mileage may vary. Coming in flattish. Yep, nice. We haven't seen Captain Wheelie yet, nor have we seen Captain Wheelski. Although there was one Vueling earlier that did do a nice wheelie with an A320 no less. Norman says that the rope with the noose looks like it is trying to catch planes. It does, doesn't it? I saw it already earlier in the week from my then vantage point further south at a greater distance, but yeah, somebody forgot to fix it and we have a loose noose. And it does look like it is trying to catch the airplanes. Absolutely. Air India getting away from us. Air India is now on the glide slope to the center runway, and I see that Eva Air is also coming this way, destined to land on the wrong runway. But there you go, such is life. Peter K says, during the week in the afternoon and during the weekend in the morning. That sounds like doable. E2 and Bravo 195. Now I'm wondering, are we going to see any wide bodies here to the Polderbaan anytime soon? And I do see a 777-200. Ah, that's my flight. The flight arriving from Narita in Tokyo, which I flew once in 2016, end of October, beginning of November. Yeah, you're right, Marion. There are no deltas in the afternoon stream. That is absolutely the one that we aren't seeing here today. So yeah, I see that the 777 arrival from Tokyo Narita is slowly but surely coming this way. I'm pretty sure it will be assigned to the Polderbaan. I think that is going to be the last airplane then of today's show. Paul makes a good suggestion. Just stream 23 hours a day. You can have 1 hour to rest. That sounds like a good, durable, sustainable schedule that will not burn me out at all. So much for having some freedom in your life. Tina prefers the morning streams, but maybe sometimes in the afternoon. Well, leave your thoughts in a comment below the video. That's also a way to boost the algorithm. It also is a bit easier to see what you guys are all preferring. I'm not sure that I am going to be able to read everything that has happened in this chat. I do strive to read back chats, but it also is very time consuming, unfortunately. Cannot do that always. Hey, Paul has come to a realization. Damn, but we will need to moderate 23 hours a day. Scratch that idea. I would have to get more international moderators from different time zones to get the coverage adequately in place. We did used to have a moderator from the United States, Kathleen, but since she left, we never had another from the United States. It would cover our bases somewhat. We have European moderators, we have moderators in the Asian Pacific, so to speak. Here we have an airplane that we don't get to see in the morning hours ever. It is Air India. This airplane is arriving from Delhi, flight 155. It is a 7878 Dreamliner. 9 hours and 22 minutes on the way to get here from Delhi. Delhi sandwich. This airplane is 8 years old. First flight was in December 2016. Dreamliner with chevrons, the same that you see on the 7478. That's because both are powered by GE and X engines. Now another one I had been looking forward to. I still have an old picture from when I went spotting back in the day, in the previous millennium I think, or maybe the early beginning of this millennium. Eva Air 747. Sophie asks, what do you like more, afternoon or morning? Well, biorhythm, technically I am more a night owl than a morning person, so I am feeling better when I do a stream in the afternoon. The downside is I have scheduled my gym workouts in the evening, and I prefer to do them later in the day. Going to the gym just after having gotten up always makes my performance worse. I need a couple of meals and a couple of coffees before my body seems to be functioning optimally, at least when it comes to the gym. Streaming at this time of day interferes with going to the gym in the evening, but then again I might have to learn to be a bit more flexible in that respect. I do like the traffic in the morning streams as well. The deltas, there are a lot of wide bodies coming in. Also the departures is a lot of mixed traffic, wide bodies and narrow bodies. Over here it turned out that it was also a mixed bag of wide bodies and narrow bodies, though you do miss delta, that's for sure. I'm not sure about 747s, if they come in more later lately or earlier. Hey, Dukman says, if you stream for 23 hours a day, maybe you can get sponsored by Gal for free vodka. Gal is a big chain, a national chain of liquor stores here in the Netherlands. Inside joke that you have to be Dutch for to understand, or have visited the Netherlands for. Steven says, you sound happier in the afternoon, but boy, think of our happiness, lol. True that, true that. Hadi Richard, goedenavond. John, goedenavond. All right. Air France, A320, flight 1440. And this is what it looks like when the sun is shining, which was only briefly here. The excavator is in the sun as well. The airplane is back in the shade, and the airplane going to the center runway also in the shade. Now the sun is shining here briefly. Shady figure, barely able to say hi with a low wave, otherwise you wouldn't even be able to see it. Let's see, we have an Embraer 190 arriving from London City coming in. That must be the third now, if not the fourth already, that we have seen in the stream. BA City Flyer Embraer 190s between London City and Amsterdam. Flying behind it is the EVA Air 777-300 that I was hoping we would see here at the Polderbaan, but aren't. It's arriving from Bangkok, and after the Elephant I will have a look at it. Right, there we go, back again. Hope the voiceover will keep working. I saw that I think it was the battery of the transmitter. There are two battery indicators on my display, one for the transmitter and one for the receiver. One of them was really low, the other was reasonably low. Transmitter I can easily replace. That's a second of downtime, and then I would have the 3.5mm jack put into a freshly charged receiver transmitter. The receiver I would have to plug my USB-C cable that is now charging, keeping my laptop charged, into it. Also 2 seconds of work. Still, I'm going to stick around until the 777-200 from KLM, having arrived from Narita, Tokyo Narita, has landed. After that I am going to wrap it up, so just a few more minutes. In the meantime, this is Eva Air, flight 75. It's been a long time since I saw this one in real life. Eva Air used to fly 747s into Schiphol, now it is a 777-300. This one arriving from Bangkok. Left 11 hours and 53 minutes ago. Almost half a day on their way. The airplane is 11 years old already. Its first flight was in April 2014 and the registration is Bravo 16719. There you go. It has landed. All right. KLM flight 896 arriving from Shanghai in China. 777-200 that is now flying in on center. Let's see, the airplane arriving from Narita is now about to turn in. Joloyo asks in Dutch, what do you think is the nicest day to spot? Well, there's always a big crowd and a lot of activity and a lot of long-time viewers, members and frequent visitors on Sundays. Saturdays and Sundays, when people are off and can join me in the streams, is what I enjoy best, because a lot of the fun is interacting with you guys in the chat, as far as I can do that and am not being distracted by things going on around me or when it is too busy with traffic. I also see that this time of day there's a lot of activity still going on in the chat after 4 hours. You also have streams, particularly on weekdays, where there's a lot of activity in the first couple of hours, and then hardly ever does the chat get updated and people sort of fall still. That's what I like least. I like it when the stream and the chat are bustling with activity all throughout the stream. Last Monday, I think it was, or was it Sunday, we also had a lot of interesting questions that you guys were asking. I also like that, when people are curious and are trying to learn new things and we can tell them some stuff, or if I don't know it, you guys can. That's what those days I enjoy the best. Right, let's see. Oh, there's also an Etihad 777 coming in from Abu Dhabi. Now, undoubtedly, it is going to land on the center runway, but with the lighting, it is a beautiful livery. I think that is definitely worthwhile sticking around for. Like I said before, the plan was to stream until approximately 7. At least for Eva Air and Air India, I wanted to stay around, but if there would be different traffic, interesting traffic, not too far behind it, I would like to stick around a bit longer. And think the Etihad is definitely worthwhile sticking around for. The 777 that is now flying somewhere over there. And I'm wondering, am I able to see it? I think I ought to be able to see it if I know exactly where I need to look. It's probably already a bit further that way. I know that I have seen, for instance, the A380 when it made a turn like the Etihad has done just now. No, I'm not seeing it. Helvetic Airways is now coming in for center. And over here, a narrow body with a KLM wide body behind it. The KLM wide body is arriving from Tokyo Narita. KLM flight 862. And here in the foreground we have KLM flight 990. Embraer 190 arriving from London City. Ooh, Yorkshire baker. Will you be making Yorkshire pudding then? That's the specialty of Yorkshire baker. Yorkshire baker makes Yorkshire puddings. Singapore 747 in about 30 minutes now over Frankfurt. Let's see. I think I will have to replace batteries here to be able to stream for another 30 minutes with a voiceover mic that is still intact. Right now we are first going to witness the landing of KLM flight 862, which is arriving from Tokyo Narita. 777-200 13 hours and 21 minutes underway already. The PHBQD Bravo Quebec Delta. This airplane 21 years old, first flight December 2003. Crabbing nicely. Clemencia says that she has a chicken burger sandwich left. Something for you. Uh-oh, Clemencia, you should know that I'm a vegetarian. Thank you for the offer though. Really sweet of you. But I think I'll pass. Come on, spool up those reversers for a change. Parallel arrivals still in progress, and I'm wondering until when. I don't know exactly from when till when the peaks are, the landing and the arrival peaks. So let's have a quick look again on Bezoekbus, see what it says. This is the website I use to see the expected runway use. Right now it is 7 o'clock. And 7 o'clock until 8:20 we'll have parallel arrivals, but it says an asterisk. Depending on marginal visibility, if it is worse, then they could also opt for 18 right and center and 18 left. Well, that's irrelevant. Polderbaan and Zonenburgbaan. It means that the 747 is arriving when the 747 is arriving from. Yeah, these airplanes are arriving from the from the east. It means they'll both go to the center runway. Don't think that is going to be worthwhile. Now I'm going to stick around for the Etihad, which is now on the glide slope to center. That is going to be the last airplane for today, and then I will be back again tomorrow. Oh, that's Gary Grebe. The mother ducker is making a ruckus over here. Gary Grebe, you mother ducker. Arenda has to go eat. Doeg. See you later. E2 Embraer over here in the foreground. And another beautiful ITA A220 Bombardier C-Series in the background. Let's see, Etihad is arriving over there. And Wolfgang says that the path of the 747 is flying way south than normal. Do you have an idea why? Though it might be that they are redirecting it to Brussels and then they'll let it enter into the Netherlands via the southwest. If that was the case, it would be a candidate for this runway. In the meantime, this is Etihad Flight 41, arriving from Abu Dhabi. It is a 777-300ER, 6 hours and 35 minutes on the way to get here. Registration is Alpha 6 and then ETH Echo Tango Hotel. 13-year-old airplane. And the first flight was in August 2011. Oh, for a moment, for a brief moment, the beautiful livery in its full glory, with the sun illuminating it, popping, making those colors pop. It has landed. And that concludes our stream for today. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. That was the last airplane. I had a wonderful time here, enjoyed this time of day, and I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. If you liked what you saw and you haven't already, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Leave a comment below the video if you think streams at this time of day should become a more regular occurrence. Voice your opinion in the comments below the video. A massive big thank you for all the support, for all the likes, but also for all the gifted memberships, all the PayPal donations, the merch store purchases, the super chats, the super stickers and whatnot. You guys are the best and you guys are what makes this channel so great. Thank you all so much, and I hope to see you in the next one tomorrow. Also a big thank you lastly, of course, to our moderators for keeping the chat friendly and accessible to everybody. You guys rock, and I hope to see you all again in the next one tomorrow. Enjoy your evening, be safe, and see you all soon. Bye for now. See ya.